Tonight's stories follow campers who entered isolated forests and mountain paths where something felt wrong from the start. Trails that narrowed, silence that pressed in, a sense of being watched that never went away, and then nothing. What makes these cases disturbing isn't what was found, it's what wasn't. No bodies, no clear explanations. Only haunted wilderness paths that seem to remember everyone who walks them, and sometimes decide not to let them leave. If you've ever camped alone, if you've ever felt the forest watching back, stay with us. These are the true stories of campers who vanished on haunted wilderness paths. My name is Julian Reed, and I need to be clear about something before this goes any further. I wasn't new to the woods. I wasn't careless. I wasn't chasing a thrill or ignoring warnings. I'd been hiking for over a decade, solo and with groups, in weather that turned maps into pulp and trails into suggestions. I knew how silence usually behaved out there. I knew the difference between calm and wrong. That's why this night still sits under my skin, like a splinter that won't surface. I entered the forest just before dusk, planning a familiar overnight loop I'd done twice that year. The trailhead was empty, which didn't bother me. Late fall kept the crowds away, and the forecast was stable. Cool, dry, no wind after dark. Perfect conditions, honestly. The kind you trust. For the first hour, everything tracked the way it should. Leaves shifted under my boots. Somewhere uphill, something small moved through brush, probably a deer bedding down. I remember the smell most clearly at the start. Wet bark, cold soil. That sharp mineral note you get when the temperature drops fast. My headlamp stayed off. There was still enough light filtering through the canopy to see the path. It wasn't until full dark that the forest stopped making noise. I don't mean it got quieter. I mean it shut off. No insects. No distant wind through needles. No movement settling. Even my own steps sounded wrong, too loud, like the sound was traveling farther than it should. I stopped walking and waited, expecting the background to restart the way it always does after a pause. It didn't. Silence in the woods is never total. There's always something filling the gaps. This was different. It felt compressed, like pressure in my ears before altitude sickness kicks in. I swallowed, yawned, even pulled my hood back, thinking maybe fabric was blocking sound. Nothing changed. I checked my watch. Just after 9. I told myself animals sometimes go still when a predator moves through, and that humans count as predators whether we like it or not. Reasonable. I started walking again. Slower now, scanning ahead with my headlamp. The beam felt thinner than usual, like it didn't want to spread. Trees appeared and vanished at the edges, instead of fading naturally. Every few minutes, I caught the sense that I was about to hear something. A snap, a breath, a wing beat. But it never came. The anticipation became its own noise. I realized I could hear my heartbeat. That's not metaphor. I could hear it in my ears, steady and loud. The only rhythm left. It made judging distance harder. Normally you rely on echoes, on the way sound returns to you. Without that, everything felt flat, depthless. The trail dipped toward a narrow ravine I remembered crossing during daylight. I slowed further, using the headlamp to trace the ground. The air felt heavier there, cooler, carrying the smell of stagnant water and old leaves. My breath fogged faintly, even though it hadn't an hour earlier. Halfway down, I noticed something I didn't like. The ground ahead was clear. Too clear. No leaves, no debris, just exposed dirt like it had been brushed clean. Trails don't do that on their own, especially not in a ravine where everything collects. I crouched and ran my glove across it. Dry, undisturbed. No prints. I stood there longer than I should have, listening to nothing. That was when the silence changed shape. It's hard to explain without reaching for words that sound dramatic, so I'll be precise. The absence of sound began to feel directional, like it was leaning toward me. My neck prickled. The pressure in my ears deepened. And for a moment I had the irrational urge to clap my hands just to prove something would respond. I didn't. I crossed the ravine and climbed the opposite side. My pace picked up without me deciding to do it. The trail should have leveled out near a stand of old pines, a good spot to camp. I never reached it. Instead, the path narrowed, then narrowed again, until my shoulders brushed branches I didn't remember being there. The headlamp beam caught movement ahead. Not fast. Not slow. Just a shift, like someone stepping out of alignment with the trees. I froze, counted breaths. The shape didn't resolve into anything. When I took another step, it did too. That was the moment I stopped telling myself stories. I turned off the headlamp. In the dark, my eyes adjusted enough to make out the trail by contrast alone. Pale ground against darker trunks. The sense of being followed didn't go away. But without the artificial light, it felt less focused, less precise. I took 10 steps. Stopped. Nothing moved. I took 10 more. My pack strap creaked when I shifted it, and the sound landed wrong, like it fell into a void instead of echoing. Sweat cooled along my spine. The smell of the forest had changed again. Less organic now, more like cold stone. I don't know how long I walked like that. Time stretched. The trail subtly sloped downward, though I didn't remember any descent. Eventually, I saw a faint orange glow through the trees. Not firelight. Too steady. My first thought was another hiker's camp, maybe someone using a lantern. Relief hit me hard enough to make my hands shake. As I got closer, the glow didn't brighten the way it should. It stayed distant, fixed, like it was painted onto the dark. When I stopped walking, it didn't flicker or shift. It just waited. The silence deepened around it. That's where I am now. Sitting on a fallen log, I don't remember passing before, writing this with numb fingers, while the glow hangs between the trees ahead of me. I can't hear the wind. I can't hear myself breathe unless I force it. Every instinct I have says not to approach that light. Every other instinct says the forest is waiting for me to decide. And I am running out of reasons to stay still. I stayed on that log longer than was smart, letting my breathing slow until it stopped sounding like a warning siren in my own head. The glow ahead didn't move. It didn't pulse or dim. It just existed, steady and patient, a low amber stain caught between trunks. I checked my watch again. The second hand ticked normally, loud in the quiet, each movement feeling intrusive. Time was still behaving, at least. I tried to catalog what I could sense. The air smelled thin, stripped of the usual rotten pine. My fingers were cold, but not numb. No pain. No dizziness. I wasn't panicking. That mattered. Panic makes people imagine patterns that aren't there. I needed to stay observational. I stood, slowly, making sure my joints didn't pop. The forest didn't react. No startled movement. No shift in whatever pressure had settled over the place. I took a step toward the glow. Then another. Each time, I stopped and waited, counting to 5. Nothing changed. The ground underfoot felt subtly different as I moved closer. Firmer. Less forgiving. The trail wasn't quite a trail anymore, more a suggestion of direction, marked by slightly lighter earth. The trees thinned just enough to give the glow more room, but it still didn't illuminate its surroundings the way a normal light would. Shadows didn't stretch or overlap. They ended abruptly, like they'd been cut. When I was close enough to make out a shape, my relief drained away. It wasn't a lantern or a headlamp. It was a reflective surface, flat and vertical, catching and holding what little light there was. A sign. Trail signage, the kind mounted at junctions or points of interest. The glow wasn't coming from it. It was reflecting something I couldn't see directly. I circled it, careful to keep distance. The sign was blank. No lettering, no arrows, no scratches. Just a rectangle of weathered metal bolted to two posts sunk deep into the ground. When I angled my head, the reflection shifted slightly, but I still couldn't see the source. It was as if the light existed only for the sign. I reached out and touched the edge with my glove. The contact was louder than it should have been. A dull, hollow knock that seemed to fall inward instead of spreading outward. I pulled my hand back immediately. The metal was colder than the air, cold enough to sting through fabric. Behind me, something changed. Not a sound, a sensation, the feeling of space rearranging itself. I turned slowly, scanning the dark. The trees stood where they always had, but the distance between them felt wrong. Too even. Like a planted grid instead of a forest grown wild. I took a step back and bumped into something solid. I hadn't heard myself move. That scared me more than anything else so far. Heart hammering now, I turned and found another sign behind me, identical to the first. Same blank face. Same reflective surface. Same faint amber glow clinging to it like residue. I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach drop, that it hadn't been there a moment ago. I backed away, then stopped when my heel hit resistance again. Another sign. I was standing in a cluster of them, arranged loosely in a circle, each one angled inward. None of them touched. None blocked my path completely. But together they defined a space. The silence pressed closer, thick enough that my ears ached. I forced myself to breathe slowly. Forced myself not to run. Running narrows your world until you can't see exits. I picked a direction at random and walked. After 10 steps, I brushed against metal. I turned. A sign. I changed direction. Same result. They weren't closing in. They weren't moving at all. The space between them was consistent. Predictable, like a room with too many walls. I laughed once, sharp and ugly, just to break the tension. The sound died immediately, swallowed without echo. My chest tightened. I felt smaller than I should have, like my body was misjudging its own dimensions. I thought about climbing over one. The posts looked sturdy, but climbable. The idea sat wrong in my head, heavy and resistant, like trying to remember a word you know, but can't access. I shook it off and reached for my pack instead, fumbling for my phone. No signal. That was expected. The screen light felt aggressive in the dark, but it reassured me. Battery was fine. Compass app opened without issue. The needle spun once, then settled, pointing straight at the nearest sign. I rotated in place. The needle followed the same direction every time, snapping back with mechanical obedience. I turned the phone upside down. Same result. I tapped the screen, recalibrated, watched the sensor spin again. Always the sign. My mouth was dry now. I could taste metal. Faint and unpleasant. I shut the phone off and stowed it, not trusting it anymore. The glow on the sign seemed brighter suddenly. Or maybe my eyes were just straining. I tried something else. I stepped directly between two signs, closing my eyes and counting steps aloud under my breath. 1, 2, 3, 5. On 6, my foot didn't land where it should have. The ground dropped away, just enough to throw off my balance. I stumbled forward and caught myself on instinct, hands slapping against cold metal. When I opened my eyes, I was facing the blank surface of a sign inches from my nose. My breath fogged it, the condensation vanishing almost immediately. I pushed away and staggered back. The circle was gone. Not opened. Gone. The sign stood in a line now, receding into the trees like a corridor. The trail, such as it was, threaded straight through them. Beyond the last one, darkness swallowed everything. The glow was stronger here, reflected endlessly down the row, creating the illusion of depth where none should exist. I felt a pull in my chest, not emotional, but physical, like a shift in pressure before a storm. I knew better than to follow it. I also knew staying still hadn't helped me so far. I stepped forward, passing the first sign. Nothing happened. No sound. No movement. I passed the second, third. Each one felt like crossing a threshold I couldn't name. My headlamp, still off, weighed heavy against my chest. Halfway down the line, I noticed something etched into the metal. Not letters. Marks. Shallow grooves, irregular but intentional, clustered at about chest height. I stopped to examine them, running my fingers just above without touching. They formed rough outlines, shapes that suggested motion more than form. Arms raised, bodies bent. Hard to tell. The further I went, the more marks there were. Some deep, some frantic, some overlapping, like whoever made them hadn't been alone. At the last sign, the metal was scored almost completely white, the surface destroyed by repetition. I stood there a long time, staring, my own reflection fractured into pieces by the damage. Beyond it, the forest waited, silent and expectant. And for the first time since this started, I realized the quiet wasn't just around me anymore. It was behind me, too. I didn't turn around right away. I knew if I did, I'd give the silence what it wanted from me, even if I couldn't articulate why. The air beyond the last sign felt different on my skin. Cooler but also thinner, like the forest had been hollowed out ahead. I stepped past the final post and felt an immediate release of pressure behind my eyes, as if something had unhooked itself from my senses. The signs were gone when I finally looked back. Not receding, not hidden by trees. Gone in the way something disappears when it was never meant to persist. The corridor collapsed into ordinary darkness, trunks irregular again, spacing uneven, familiar in a way that made my chest ache. I stood there, waiting for the return of sound. It didn't come. I turned the headlamp on. The beam behaved normally now, spreading across bark and leaf litter, revealing small details I hadn't realized I'd missed. Pebbles, broken twigs, a shallow depression in the soil where water had pooled and evaporated. The forest looked right again. That scared me more than when it hadn't. I started walking. I didn't check my watch anymore. I focused on the physical rhythm of movement, the controlled swing of arms, the steady placement of feet. I reminded myself of basics. Stay on a bearing. Avoid rushing. Keep options open. The trail reappeared gradually, not all at once, but in pieces that stitched themselves together as I moved. A worn patch of ground, a cut log, a faded blaze on a tree. Each one grounded me a little more. And still, nothing made a sound. I reached a small clearing I recognized, a place where the canopy opened just enough to show sky. Stars burned cold and distant above me. Seeing them felt like proof of something larger than whatever space I'd been trapped in. I stopped there and drank water, forcing myself to swallow even though my throat felt tight. That's when I noticed the smell again. It was faint but wrong. Not decay. Not smoke. Something clean and sharp, like ozone after lightning, but there hadn't been a storm. The smell intensified as I breathed, settling at the back of my nose. I scanned the clearing, headlamp cutting slow arcs. At the far edge, just inside the trees, the ground was disturbed, not churned up, pressed down. A wide oval of flattened leaves and soil, as if something heavy had rested there for a long time. No tracks leading in or out. I crouched and examined it, shining the light across the surface at a low angle. The leaves weren't broken, just compressed. I straightened slowly, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The clearing felt like a bowl, the forest walls rising around it. The silence thickened again, not total, but dense enough to feel intentional. My skin prickled, and a deep, unreasonable certainty settled in my chest. I was not alone. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. What I felt was a tension, focused and patient, like pressure on the back of my neck. I turned in a slow circle, light steady, breath controlled. Nothing reacted. The smell sharpened. My ears rang faintly, a high, thin tone that came and went. I took a step back toward the trail, then another. The sensation followed, matching my pace without effort. I spoke, quietly, just to break the pattern. "Hello." The word vanished as soon as it left my mouth. No echo, no return. The ringing in my ears stopped abruptly, replaced by a sensation like cotton stuffed too deep. I swallowed hard and backed away faster now, eyes locked on the trees. That was when the ground shifted under my foot. Not a collapse, a tilt. I stumbled, caught myself, and realized the trail had angled sharply downhill. Without warning. The clearing was behind me now, already half swallowed by darkness. I adjusted my footing and continued down, trusting gravity more than instinct. The descent led into a narrow section of forest, where trunks grew close and straight. The smell faded there, replaced by the colder scent of stone. Moisture beaded on my jacket. The air felt heavier again, pressing against my chest with each breath. Halfway through, I saw movement to my left. A shape detached itself from the darkness between trees, tall and narrow, resolving only as absence. Where my light should have caught texture, there was none. It wasn't transparent. It was occluding like a gap cut out of the night. I froze. The shape didn't advance. It didn't retreat. It simply adjusted, aligning itself with me, maintaining the same distance, no matter how I shifted. I realized then that it wasn't standing on the ground the way I was. It didn't obey the slope. It remained level, unmoving relative to the trees. My mouth opened. No sound came out. The pressure behind my eyes built until my vision blurred. I squeezed them shut, counted breaths, then opened them again. The shape was gone. In its place, the forest looked bruised. Colors felt muted, depth slightly off, as if my eyes were struggling to agree on what they were seeing. I staggered forward, fighting a wave of dizziness, and nearly missed the sound when it finally returned. A single noise, leaves shifting. Behind me, I didn't turn. I couldn't. Every nerve screamed that acknowledging it would complete something I didn't want finished. I walked, then jogged, then ran. The trail finally asserting itself in earnest, guiding me downhill toward a place I knew ended near a service road. The sound followed, irregular but persistent, never gaining, never falling back. Not footsteps. Pressure. Weight transferring from one point to another. The trees thinned. The smell of asphalt and old oil crept in, faint but unmistakable. I burst out of the forest and onto gravel, skidding to a stop under a sky that suddenly felt too open. Sound crashed back all at once. Wind. Distant water. My own ragged breathing. I dropped to my knees and retched, my stomach emptying itself violently. When I looked back, the tree line stood still and ordinary, dark and impenetrable. Nothing stepped out. I stayed there until dawn, wrapped in my jacket, shaking despite the cold receding. When light finally filtered through the branches, the forest looked harmless again. Familiar. Alive. Search and rescue found me a few hours later, less than a mile from the trailhead. They asked the usual questions. Where had I gone? What had I seen? I told them I'd gotten turned around in the dark. That was true. What I didn't tell them was this experience didn't fail me that night. It protected me, just long enough to notice the rules changing. Long enough to understand that the forest hadn't gone silent because it was empty. It had gone silent because it was waiting. And I had almost stayed long enough to learn what happens when you make the wrong move. My name is Thomas Avery, and I have always kept a journal when I travel alone. Not for poetry or reflection, but for details. Distances, directions, weather, small observations that help me stay oriented. I started this one the night I entered the swamp, because the ranger station's radio was down, and the trail markers had thinned out to nothing. Writing things down felt like a way to anchor myself. Proof that I was still moving forward in a straight line. Even when the ground stopped cooperating, the swamp wasn't on my original route. I had planned to skirt it by a mile, but a washed-out access road and a fallen signpost nudged me off course, in a way that didn't feel dramatic at the time. It was late afternoon when I realized the ground had turned soft under my boots, and the air had thickened into something damp and metallic. By then, turning back meant retracing several uncertain turns, and daylight was already bleeding out of the sky. I told myself I would cut through quickly, camp on firmer ground, and correct my heading in the morning. The first entry I made was mundane. Time, temperature, cloud cover. The sound of insects rising as the sun dropped. I remember pausing to listen, because the noise had an uneven quality to it. Not a steady chorus, but waves of sound that swelled and collapsed, like breathing. Every time the insects quieted, I caught myself holding my own breath, waiting for something else to fill the space. By the time darkness settled in fully, the swamp had rearranged itself into narrow corridors of water and tangled brush. My headlamp carved out a small, harsh tunnel of light that reflected back at me in broken pieces. The smell was constant. Rotting leaves, stagnant water, something faintly sweet underneath that made the back of my throat tighten. I wrote about that too. Sitting on a patch of half-submerged ground that seemed solid enough if I didn't shift my weight too much. I don't remember deciding to stay put for the night, but the decision must have happened somewhere between one sentence and the next. The journal shows a clean break. One line about the light failing faster than expected. The next noting that movement after dark felt riskier than waiting. That second line is written more carefully, the letters pressed harder into the page, as if I had slowed down deliberately. The swamp does strange things to sound. I noticed that early. My footsteps didn't echo or fade the way they should have. they were absorbed almost immediately, leaving behind a pressure in my ears that felt like standing too close to a speaker that had just been switched off. When I coughed, the noise seemed to die halfway between my mouth and the water. I wrote that down too, because it made me uneasy in a way I couldn't immediately justify. Sometime after full dark, I became aware of another sound. Not footsteps, not voices. A soft, rhythmic disturbance, like something shifting slowly through water farther out than my light could reach. It wasn't constant. It would start, stop for long stretches, then start again. Each time it did, the insects went quiet, as if they were listening. I told myself it was an animal. Something large enough to part the reeds, cautious enough to move in fits and starts. The rational explanation felt thin, but I clung to it because the alternative required imagining intent, and I didn't want to do that alone in the dark. The journal entry from that point becomes more fragmented. Short sentences. Observations without commentary. The humidity fogging my glasses. The way the ground seemed to pulse slightly when I shifted my weight, as if the water beneath the surface was redistributing itself. The smell growing sharper, almost chemical, when the wind shifted. At some point, I noticed that the sound in the distance had adjusted to my movements. When I stood, it paused. When I sat, it resumed. I tested this twice, slowly, telling myself I was looking for patterns where none existed. Both times, the response was the same. I did not write my conclusion down, only the test itself, as if documenting the action without naming the implication would make it less real. The swamp pressed in on my headlamp's beam. Reeds leaned inward, their tips trembling slightly even when the air was still. I remember feeling watched, not in the dramatic sense of eyes on me, but in the way you feel when a room has rearranged itself while you weren't looking. Like something had shifted its attention in my direction. I checked my watch. The display glowed weakly, numbers blurring at the edges. Just after midnight. I wrote the time down, then underlined it once, hard enough that the page creased. That was when I noticed the extra line. It sat beneath my last entry, written in the same ink, but not in my handwriting. The letters were precise, evenly spaced, the pressure consistent from start to finish. I stared at it for a long time before reading it, convinced at first that exhaustion had made my own writing look unfamiliar. The sentence was simple. It described the way I would leave the journal behind, placed carefully where the water couldn't reach it. It noted that I would not remember setting it down. It ended with a time estimate, calm and exact, for when I would stop writing. I remember flipping back through earlier pages, checking for other intrusions. There were none. Just my notes, my observations, leading up to this single, alien line that fit too neatly into the margins. The swamp was very quiet then. Not the uneasy quiet from before, but something heavier, as if the air itself had settled. My headlamp flickered, and for a moment I was surrounded by nothing but darkness and the faint smell of decay. When the light steadied, the journal was still open on my lap. The page was dry. The ink had not smeared. Somewhere out in the black water, something shifted. Slow and deliberate, and this time it did not stop when I held my breath. I didn't close the journal. I couldn't. The sentence beneath my own writing held me in place, as if acknowledging it would finalize something. I kept my headlamp angled away from the page, letting the words sit in the corner of my vision while I listened. The swamp answered with its own patience. Water shifted far out, then closer, then not at all. The smell sharpened again, metallic and sweet, and I realized I was clenching my jaw hard enough to make my teeth ache. I told myself there were only two possibilities. Either I had written the line and forgotten, or someone else had been close enough to do it without me noticing. I didn't let myself consider how unlikely both explanations were. I wrote another entry instead, forcing my hand to move. Document the moment. Anchor it. The pen scratched louder than it should have, each stroke sounding like a signal flare in the silence. As soon as I finished the sentence, the pressure in my ears eased slightly, like something had stepped back. I froze, pen hovering. The distant disturbance in the water resumed, slow and measured, as if my compliance had been noted. That thought arrived fully formed, and I hated how natural it felt. I tried to stand. The ground resisted in a way that wasn't suction, more like a subtle refusal. When I shifted my weight, the surface adjusted beneath me, redistributing until I was balanced again without having moved forward. It was disorienting, like stepping onto a boat that corrected itself before you could find your footing. I wrote that down too, my handwriting growing tighter, more controlled. The watch on my wrist buzzed softly, the low battery warning I'd ignored earlier. The vibration felt intrusive, almost loud. I checked the time again. It was later than it should have been. Minutes missing. Not enough to panic over, but enough to make me read the last few entries and wonder where the gaps had opened. I decided to move despite the risk. Staying still had begun to feel like participation. I packed slowly, deliberately, narrating each action under my breath, as if speaking it aloud would keep it from being edited. Headlamp secure. Journal stowed. Boots tight. When I took my first step, the water ahead of me rippled outward in a neat arc, though nothing had touched it. The corridors between reeds seemed narrower than before. My light reached only a few feet ahead, and beyond that the darkness felt textured, layered. Sound behaved differently now. The insects remained silent, but the faint movement in the water tracked my progress with unsettling accuracy, not paralleling me, preceding me by a few seconds, as if preparing space. I checked the journal again after 10 steps. I don't know why. The last page had changed. A new line had been added beneath the previous one, noting my decision to move and the direction I had chosen. It was written with the same precise hand. My throat tightened, and for a moment the smell overwhelmed everything else, thick enough to taste. I stopped writing then. I didn't want to provide more material. I closed the journal and shoved it deep into my pack, telling myself that not seeing the page meant not acknowledging whatever process was unfolding. The relief was immediate and false. The swamp responded by growing quieter still, the absence of sound pressing in from all sides. Time lost its shape after that. My watch dimmed further, the display flickering whenever I checked it. The headlamp's beam shortened, as if the air itself were absorbing the light. I became aware of my own breathing again. Too loud, too fast, and forced it slower. Each exhale fogged faintly in front of me, though the temperature hadn't dropped enough to explain it. At some point, I smelled paper. Clean, dry paper, out of place among rotten water. The scent drifted past me and vanished. I stopped and turned in a slow circle, scanning for anything solid enough to have produced it. The light caught on a flat surface a few yards away, something pale and rectangular resting above the waterline. I didn't approach it. I already knew what it was. The realization came with a strange sense of déjà vu, like remembering a detail from a story you hadn't finished reading yet. I backed away instead, careful to place my feet exactly where they had been before. The water ahead rippled again, the disturbance adjusting. Patient, the pressure returned to my ears, stronger now. Not painful, but insistent. I felt it behind my eyes, a gentle push urging me to relax, to stop monitoring every sensation. Fatigue settled over me in a heavy wave, sudden and convincing. I wrote nothing. I focused on the rhythm of my steps, on the feel of wet ground giving way and firming again. I don't know when I started following the path it wanted me to take. The distinction between choosing and responding blurred until it felt irrelevant. The corridors opened and closed around me, guiding without force. I remember thinking that if I reached firmer ground, everything would reset. That the journal entry was just a stress artifact, a misfiring pattern seeking brain. The sound in the water drew closer, no longer distant enough to pretend it was something else. It moved with purpose, not rushing, not hiding. I kept walking because stopping felt like an invitation. When I finally reached a stretch of ground that didn't shift beneath me, I sagged with relief. The smell changed too, losing some of its sharpness. I knelt and set my pack down, hands shaking as I pulled the journal free, despite my earlier resolve. I needed to see it again, needed confirmation that I was still ahead of the writing. The page was blank. Not torn out. Blank. The earlier entries were still there, my handwriting intact, but the last few pages had been wiped clean, as if they had never been touched. My heart hammered hard enough to make my vision pulse. A sound rose behind me then, close enough that I felt it more than heard it. The water shifted deliberately, and I knew with absolute certainty that whatever had been writing about me was no longer satisfied with description alone. I didn't turn around. The certainty that settled in my chest told me that seeing it wouldn't give me information, only permission. The sound behind me was close enough now that it disturbed the water at my heels, a careful displacement rather than a splash. I stayed kneeling, hands resting on the open journal, feeling the page fibers beneath my fingertips, as if texture could keep me present. The blankness was worse than the writing. It suggested revision. Not prediction, not observation, but correction. I forced myself to breathe through my nose. The air tasted flatter here, less rotten, like the swamp had decided to hold certain smells back. My headlamp dimmed again, the beam shortening until it barely reached the reeds. In that limited light, I noticed how still everything had become. Even the water's surface had smoothed, reflecting nothing but darkness. I wrote one last entry. Not a plea, not a question. Just a statement of location and time, as exact as I could manage. The pen moved easily, ink flowing without hesitation. When I finished, I closed the journal and pressed my palm flat against the cover, feeling the slight warmth left by my hand. Behind me, the sound paused. The pressure in my ears lifted all at once, leaving a hollow sensation, like stepping out of an elevator too quickly. I took that as an opening and stood, rising slowly, deliberately, making no sudden movements. The ground here held. It didn't adjust or yield. That small normality gave me enough confidence to take a step forward. The water ahead parted slightly, not pushed aside, just making room. The path wasn't visible, but I could feel it in the way my feet found purchase without searching. Each step reduced the noise behind me, not because it retreated, but because it no longer needed to announce itself. The realization made my stomach drop. I walked for what felt like a long time. My watch had gone dark completely, the headlamp now my only reference. The journal weighed heavier in my pack than it should have, a steady presence against my spine. Every so often, I caught that clean paper smell again, closer now, guiding rather than taunting. When the ground began to slope gently upward, relief washed through me so fast it left me lightheaded. Elevation meant drainage, firmer soil, a way out. I focused on that logic, repeating it silently until it drowned out everything else. At the top of the rise, I found a small clearing. Not dry land exactly, but higher ground ringed by low vegetation that didn't sway or rustle when I brushed past. The air here was cooler. The smell of decay faded to something neutral, almost absent. I stepped into the center and turned, scanning the perimeter. Nothing followed me into the light. I stood there for a long moment listening. No insects, no water shifting. The swamp felt distant, held at bay by an invisible boundary. My pulse slowed. I laughed once, quietly, the sound thin and strange in the open space. That was when I realized the journal was no longer in my pack. I dropped to my knees and tore through the compartments, fingers clumsy, panic rising too fast to control. The pack was exactly as I had arranged it: food, water, spare batteries, no journal. The clean paper smell drifted past me again, stronger now, and I followed it without thinking. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond where the ground dipped back into water, the journal sat upright on a small mound of roots and leaves. Dry, clean, placed with care. My name was written on the cover in my handwriting. I didn't touch it. I knew then that this was the exchange. Movement for record. Presence for placement. The swamp had let me reach the boundary because the documentation was complete. The blank pages weren't erased. They were reserved. The realization didn't come with fear so much as resignation. A gentle pressure settled over my shoulders, not pushing me down, just reminding me of gravity. The quiet here was different, not empty but finished. Like the end of a conversation, where nothing else needs to be said. I stepped back from the journal. The ground behind me softened immediately, the clearing's firmness dissolving, as if it had never been there. Water lapped at my boots, cold seeping through the seams. The boundary had shifted. I turned then, finally, not to see what followed, but to face the direction I had come from. The headlamp flickered one last time and went out. In the darkness, the swamp breathed again, slow and even. Something moved close. Close enough that the water touched my calves. I remember thinking, with a detached clarity, that they would find the journal weeks later. That it would be dry and clean, impossible in a place like this. I remember understanding that the last entry would not be written by me, but it would be accurate. The pressure lifted. The water closed around my legs. The ground gave way with a gentle finality, and the swamp accepted the rest without sound. My name is Peter Collins, and I thought I understood water. I believed in it the way people believe in compasses and stars. Water moves downhill. Water goes somewhere. If you follow it long enough, you come out into something open, something named, something you can point to on a map and say, "There, that's where I am." That belief felt solid. When I stepped off the main trail in the late afternoon, boots sinking into damp soil, the sound of the creek threading through the trees, like a promise I could keep. I wasn't panicking. That part matters. I'd hiked alone before, camped alone before, made mistakes and corrected them. The sky was clear, the air cool enough to smell the stone beneath the moss. The creek wasn't wide, but it was steady, slipping over rocks in a way that suggested direction. I followed it because it felt reasonable, because the forest around me had grown too uniform, every stand of trees repeating the last, until I could no longer remember which bend I'd come from. Water, I told myself, always leads somewhere. The light thinned as I walked. Not suddenly. It softened first, as if the day were being pressed flat. Shadows pooled under fallen logs. The air cooled by degrees I felt on my wrists. The creek curved gently, then straightened, then curved again. I remember noticing how clean the sound was, how it cut through everything else. No wind in the canopy, no birds. Just water and my breathing, and the crunch of gravel under my boots. I checked my watch when the sun slid low enough to catch the tops of the trees. I told myself I'd give it another half hour, then reassess. The creek dipped into a narrow channel, and I followed, stepping over slick stones, my palms damp. The smell changed there. Wet leaves, iron, a faint sweetness like rot just beginning. It wasn't unpleasant. It was specific. Like the forest was narrowing its vocabulary. I crossed the creek once to avoid a tangle of roots. The water was cold enough to sting through the sole of my boot, but shallow. On the far side, the ground rose slightly. I climbed, then dropped back down to the bank when the sound pulled away from me. I remember thinking how easy it would be to lose the creek if I didn't keep it in sight. How foolish that would be. So I stayed close, letting it set my pace. The first time I saw a sunset, it was honest. Orange light slid between trunks and caught on the water, turning the ripples into thin sheets of copper. I stopped then, because stopping felt right. I took a drink, wiped my mouth, listened. The forest didn't answer. That absence registered as calm, not fear. Dusk settled the way dust settles, slow and inevitable. I waited for the colors to drain, and for the sky to take on that deepening blue that tells you the day is finished. When I started walking again, it was darker, but not night. The creek bent left, and I followed. The bend felt familiar in a way I couldn't name. The stones were arranged the same way. A flat rock on the inside curve. A log wedged against the far bank. I told myself that creeks do that. That erosion repeats itself. That I was projecting pattern where there was none. I stepped around the flat rock, the sole of my boot sliding. My heart jumping just enough to remind me I was tired. The air grew heavier. Not humid exactly, just dense, like something pressing down from above. My headlamp stayed off. I wanted to keep my night vision. I wanted to save the battery. I wanted to pretend I was still choosing. The creek's sound seemed closer to my ears, louder without increasing in volume. If that makes sense, it filled the space where other sounds should have been. I crossed the creek again. Same shallow depth, same cold bite. On the far bank, the ground rose slightly. I climbed, then dropped back down. I stopped mid-step because I knew where I was standing. The flat rock was there, on the inside curve. The log was wedged against the far bank. My boot slid in the same place. The recognition didn't come with panic. It came with a tightness behind my eyes. The way you feel when you realize you've been saying the same sentence twice. I checked my watch. Time had passed. That reassured me more than it should have. I told myself I'd looped around a meander, that the creek folded back on itself, that forests are full of near-identical bends. I spoke out loud then, just my name, to hear a human voice. It sounded wrong in the air, swallowed too quickly. I didn't like that, so I didn't do it again. The light faded further. I turned on my headlamp. The beam carved a narrow tunnel through the dark, catching wet bark and shining eyes that resolved into reflective leaves when I moved closer. The creek glowed white where the light hit it, the water flattening into a sheet. The smell of iron grew stronger. My steps fell into a rhythm I didn't remember choosing. I saw the sun set again. It wasn't dramatic. There was no shock of color. Just the sky ahead of me, thinning from gray to that same orange. The same copper light catching the water at the same angle. I stopped because my body did before my mind caught up. I stood there, breathing, watching the light drain in the same order it had before. The forest around me did not change. The flat rock was at my feet. The log was wedged against the far bank. That was when I understood the circle. Not as a shape on a map, but as a behavior. The creek was not looping back by accident. It was holding me at a distance from wherever it went. The realization arrived quietly, without teeth. I didn't run. I didn't shout. I turned slowly, shining my light behind me, and saw the same trees I'd already passed, arranged in the same way, offering no path that wasn't the one I was on. I told myself to break away. That's what you do when you're being led. You choose wrong on purpose. I climbed the bank, pushing through brush that scraped my sleeves and left sap on my skin. The forest resisted just enough to feel natural. Branches bent. Leaves hissed. After a dozen steps, the sound of water pulled at me, louder now, insistently close. I kept going until my calves burned and my breath came sharp. The creek was there when I stopped. Same bend. Same rock. Same log. I stood in the beam of my own light and listened to my heart settle. The pressure in the air seemed to increase, as if night were something with weight. I thought of maps and search grids, and the way people disappear near water. How often that comes up when you read about it later. I thought of the word later and how far away it felt. The creek kept moving. I stayed where I was. I stayed still longer than I meant to, counting breaths the way you do when you're trying to convince your body that nothing is wrong. The creek kept its pace. Water on stone. Stone on water. A sound that pretends to be neutral. I told myself to mark the spot, to make the circle visible, so it couldn't keep pretending to be coincidence. I took off my glove and scraped my thumbnail into the bark of the nearest tree, cutting a shallow line I could find again. The sap smelled sharp and alive. I pressed my palm to the trunk until the roughness grounded me. Then I walked. I didn't follow the bank this time. I cut diagonally, angling away from the sound, forcing myself to count steps so I wouldn't drift back without noticing. 20, 30, 40. The beam of my headlamp jittered with my breathing, bouncing off ferns and slick roots. The ground sloped down and I adjusted, my foot sliding once, my ankle holding. The air felt colder here, heavier in my lungs, like breathing through damp cloth. The creek found me anyway. It announced itself with the same volume it always had, as if it hadn't moved at all. I stopped before I saw it, the sound close enough that I could feel it in my jaw. When I stepped forward, the water was there, bright under my light, the same narrow channel, the same bend. I turned slowly, panning the beam, and saw the tree I'd marked. The shallow line in the bark caught the light like a grin. That was when the thought arrived fully formed. Without drama, if I stayed calm, it might let me go. I don't know why I believed that. Maybe because panic feels loud, and the forest had already taken everything else away. I followed the creek again, not because I trusted it, but because fighting it had done nothing but waste energy. I told myself to conserve, to observe, to notice what changed. The night deepened. The headlamp made a tunnel of white that seemed too small for the dark pressing in from all sides. I became aware of pressure in my ears, the faint sense of altitude change, without the climb to justify it. The smell shifted as I moved, iron giving way to wet stone, then back again. Once, I thought I heard something else layered under the water, a second rhythm just out of sync. But when I stopped and held my breath, it resolved into nothing. Time stopped behaving. My watch still ticked, the second hand sweeping with mechanical faith. But my body no longer matched it. I felt both rushed and stalled, like being pushed through a doorway that never quite opens. I told myself to eat something, to keep my blood sugar steady. The granola bar crinkled too loudly in my hands. The sound echoed in a way that felt wrong, bouncing back at me before it should have. I chewed and swallowed, and waited for the taste to anchor me. It didn't. I crossed the creek again. Cold bite. Shallow water. Same stones. On the far bank, the ground rose slightly. I climbed. Dropped back down. Flat rock. Log. I stopped saying their names in my head, afraid that naming them would make them permanent. The circle tightened. The bends came faster now, the repetition compressing like a spiral. Each pass felt shorter than the last, though the watch insisted otherwise. I tried something else. I turned off my headlamp. Darkness closed in immediately, thick and textured. The creek vanished as a visual thing and became only sound. Without the beam, my other senses sharpened in ways that felt helpful and dangerous. I could smell the water more clearly, the mineral tang, the decay. I could feel the temperature difference near the bank, the faint coolness against my shins. I took a step, then another, moving slowly. Arms out, counting again. The ground dipped. I stumbled and caught myself on a tree, bark scraping my knuckles. I froze, heart hammering, waiting for the creek to reassert itself. It did, sliding back into my awareness from the left, then the front. I turned my head, trying to triangulate without looking, trying to see if the sound alone could be fooled. I turned the light back on. The beam landed on something that hadn't been there before. My pack sat on the bank, upright, straps neatly arranged, exactly where I would have set it down if I decided to rest. I stared at it for a long time, cataloging details. The scuff on the bottom, the loose thread on the side pocket, the carabiner clipped to the shoulder strap. All mine. All right. Still on my back was the weight where it should have been. I didn't touch the pack. I stepped around it, keeping my distance, the way you do around a sleeping animal. As I passed, the creek's sound seemed to shift, drawing closer to my right ear, then my left, like it was testing me. I kept walking until a pack was out of the beam, then stopped and turned. It was gone. I don't mean it vanished theatrically. There was no flash, no movement. One moment it was there, the next it wasn't. The bank empty except for wet leaves and stone. I checked my shoulders again, my hands moving over straps and buckles, inventorying myself like I was afraid pieces might be missing. Everything was still where it should have been. The pressure in the air increased, my ears popping softly. I spoke again then, not my name this time, but a simple sentence. I said, "This isn't funny." The words sounded flat, absorbed by the dark. The creek did not respond. I laughed once, short and sharp, and hated the sound of it. I tried to leave the creek entirely. I climbed higher this time, forcing my way uphill, ignoring scratches and the way my calves burned. The forest thinned slightly, trees spacing out just enough to suggest progress. I pushed on until my lungs demanded a stop. When I turned to look back, the creek was below me, a pale ribbon catching the edge of my light, exactly parallel to where I stood. I followed the ridge, keeping the water in sight but not touching it, hoping distance would break whatever hold it had. The ridge curved gently. The ground sloped down. The creek rose to meet me. Flat rock walk. My watch beeped softly, a reminder I'd set hours earlier to check my location. The sound startled me so badly I flinched, my foot sliding, my balance catching. I silenced it with shaking fingers. The display glowed, insisting on numbers that no longer meant what they should have. I took it off and slipped it into my pocket, not wanting it to tell me lies. The night felt close now, intimate in a way that made my skin prickle. The creek's sound filled the space behind my eyes. I realized I was tired in a deep, dangerous way, the kind that makes bad ideas feel reasonable. Sitting down felt tempting. Lying down felt inevitable. I thought of the pack that wasn't there, of how easy it would be to set things aside, to lighten myself. I didn't do it. I stayed on my feet and kept moving, because movement was the only thing I could still choose. The circle tightened again, the bends repeating faster, the flat rock and the log appearing almost immediately after I passed them. Like the forest was no longer bothering with subtlety. Somewhere in that tightening, I stopped believing the creek led anywhere at all. I don't know when the fog arrived. There was no edge to it, no moment where I could say it began. The air simply thickened until my headlamp showed me a shorter and shorter version of the world. Sound flattened. The creek lost its depth and became a hiss, like pressure escaping. I walked slower, afraid that speed would turn the ground into something else under my feet. The flat rock appeared again, but this time it was damp in a way it hadn't been before, slick enough that I had to plant my foot carefully. The log was still wedged against the far bank, but its bark looked darker, soaked through, the wood swollen. I tried to remember if it had rained. I tried to remember anything that would explain moisture gathering so quickly. The fog breathed against my face, cool and close. I told myself to leave marks that couldn't be mistaken. I snapped a branch and laid it across the path. I just walked. I stacked 3 stones on the bank, deliberate, unnatural. I tore a strip from my sleeve and tied it to a low limb. Each act felt like an argument I was making out loud. When I came around the bend again, the stones were scattered as if kicked apart by chance. The branch was gone, and the strip of fabric hung, neatly folded over the limb, edges aligned. That was when the sense of being watched sharpened into something specific. Not eyes, not movement. Attention. The pressure in the air seemed to focus, to lean in. I kept my gaze on the water, afraid that if I looked into the trees too long, I'd see something that would make it impossible to keep going. The creek crossed itself. I don't mean it split or braided. I mean I stood at a place where water flowed and the left and out to the right, and also flowed in from the right and out to the left. A perfect exchange that made no physical sense. The surface rippled as if 2 directions had agreed to share the same skin. I crouched and dipped my fingers in cold. Real, the flow tugged at my hand in opposite ways. I backed away slowly. The fog closed the distance behind me. When I turned, the crossing was gone, replaced by the familiar bend. Flat rock. Log. I pressed my palms to my thighs and breathed until the black spots at the edge of my vision receded. I thought of search patterns and the way people say you should stay put. I thought of how water is supposed to be a boundary you can trust. I heard a voice once. It wasn't calling my name. It wasn't close enough to place. It slid along the sound of the creek, a syllable that could have been wind or water or something else borrowing both. I froze, heart stuttering, and waited for it to resolve into meaning. It didn't. When I moved again, the fog thinned just enough for me to see my own breath. I realized then that the circle wasn't tightening anymore. It was shrinking me. The distance between bends felt shorter because I was covering less ground, my steps unconsciously smaller, my shoulders rounding in. I forced myself to take longer strides, to swing my arms, to make myself big in the space. The creek adjusted without comment. I found my boot prints ahead of me, crisp in the damp soil, toes pointed away. They were mine. I could see the wear pattern, the slight inward roll of my right foot. They led directly into the bend and disappeared at the water's edge, as if I'd stepped in and never come out. I stood over them, matching my feet to the impressions, a ridiculous urge rising to complete the picture. I didn't step in. I went around, keeping to the bank, the fog brushing my sleeves. On the far side, the prints were there again, continuing on, as if I had. The thought that followed was quiet and persuasive, maybe part of me already had. My headlamp flickered once, just once. The beam dimmed and brightened, a stutter that sent a jolt through my chest. I slapped the housing, checked the battery compartment. Everything was sealed dry. When I lifted the light again, the fog seemed to push back harder, swallowing the beam at its edge. I reached a place where the creek widened slightly, the water spreading thin over smooth stone. The sound changed there, becoming softer, almost inviting. The pressure in the air eased for the first time all night. Relief washed through me so fast it felt like dizziness. I knelt, bracing a hand on the ground, and let myself rest for a count of 10. The ground under my palm was warmer than it should have been. I pulled my hand back as if burned. The warmth faded immediately, leaving only damp soil and the smell of iron. I stood too quickly, the world tilting, and laughed again, softer this time, an apology to no one. My pack shifted on my shoulders. The weight felt wrong, uneven. I reached back and touched fabric that wasn't there. My pack was gone. Not set down. Not ahead of me. Gone. The straps hung loose where they'd been buckled, ends swinging against my sides. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the fog, the bank, the water. Nothing. The absence was louder than the creek. Panic rose then, real and sharp, a heat behind my eyes. I clenched my fists until my nails bit skin and forced it down. Panic makes you fast and stupid. I needed to stay slow. I told myself I didn't need it. I had light. I had legs. I had time, even if it was lying to me. I stepped forward. The fog lifted just enough for me to see the sun. It sat low, exactly where it had before, caught between trunks, painting the water copper. The light was wrong for the hour my body insisted it was, wrong in a way that hollowed my chest. I stood there and watched it set, again, the colors draining in the same order, the same pace, as if the night were replaying a clip it liked. When the last of the light slipped away, the forest did not darken. The fog glowed faintly, reflecting something I couldn't see. The creek kept moving. I did not. I don't remember deciding to step into the water. I remember the cold climbing my ankles, then my calves, The way the sound wrapped around me more fully, there filling my head. I remember thinking that standing still felt easier than choosing another direction that didn't exist. I remember the pressure easing as the water took more of my weight. The last clear thought I had was practical. If someone finds this place, I thought, they'll follow the creek. They always do. The water closed around my knees. The fog thickened. The sound became everything. My name is Samuel Drake, and I didn't realize how quiet a forest could become until it decided to listen back. I had been hiking since late afternoon, pushing farther than I'd planned because the weather held steady and my body still felt good. The trail was familiar enough. Packed dirt, scattered pine needles, the occasional exposed root slick with old moisture. I remember thinking I would turn back after the next rise, the way people always say that, as if distance can be negotiated once it's already behind you. The light was already thinning, stretched long and pale through the trees. When I first heard the footsteps, they were soft, careful, and perfectly timed with mine. When I slowed, they slowed. When I stopped, they stopped. At first, I told myself it was just my pack shifting or the delayed echo of my own boots compressing moss and soil. Forests do strange things with sound, especially near dusk. I've read that 100 times. I repeated it in my head like a rule meant to keep me calm. I stopped completely and held my breath. The forest settled into that layered quiet that only exists far from roads. No wind, no birds, no insects. Just the faint pressure in my ears, like altitude without the climb. Whatever had been behind me did not move. When I turned around, the trail was gone. Not hidden, not branching away. Gone. Where there should have been a narrow ribbon of dirt and broken twigs, there was only untouched moss, thick and springy, dotted with pale lichen and tiny mushrooms no larger than fingernails. It looked old, undisturbed. The kind of ground you don't see on established paths because feet destroy it too quickly. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at that impossible patch of green. My brain started working backward, searching for explanations. Wrong turn. Memory lapse. Poor light. Panic already setting in. I stepped forward and pressed my boot into the moss. It gave way slowly, releasing a damp, sour smell, like wet leaves sealed in plastic. When I lifted my foot, the impression remained, sharp and undeniable. I turned back the way I'd been heading. The trail ahead still existed, narrow and certain. That helped more than it should have. I told myself I'd walked into a side spur or Animal Crossing and hadn't noticed. I told myself trails vanish all the time if you're not paying attention. I told myself not to think about how clean the moss had looked. I started walking again, deliberately louder this time, boots striking dirt harder than necessary. I counted my steps, the way instructors recommend when your thoughts start racing. 20 steps. 30, 40. The forest began to darken in noticeable increments. Not gradually, but in subtle drops, like someone dimming a light in stages. Shadows pooled between trunks. The air cooled against my exposed skin, raising small bumps along my arms. The footsteps came back. They matched me again, closer now. I could tell because the sound carried more detail. The faint press and release, the soft tearing of plant fibers. Not boots. Not hooves. Something with weight, but careful about where it placed it. I stopped. They stopped. I didn't turn around this time. My pulse thudded against my throat, loud enough that I wondered if it was echoing outward. I thought about predators. cougars, bears. I tried to remember statistics. How rare attacks are. How animals avoid humans. None of that fit the rhythm behind me. Predators don't mirror like that. They don't wait politely. I called out, my voice sounding too thin in the open air. "Hello?" The word fell flat, absorbed by trees and distance. No response, no movement. The smell of damp earth seemed stronger, almost metallic now, like wet stone. That was when the panic crept in, subtle at first. Not the wild kind people imagine, but a tightening, narrowing of thought. My awareness shrank to a small circle around my body. I felt the weight of my pack differently. Straps pressing into my shoulders. Chest strap restrictive. My mouth went dry. My hands tingled as if they didn't fully belong to me. I forced myself to keep moving. Stopping felt worse than walking. The trail began to slope downward, the dirt growing darker and softer. Roots snaked across it like veins. Somewhere to my left, water moved. Slow, heavy, unseen. I smelled it before I heard it, that cold, mineral scent that always means depth. The footsteps followed, never gaining, never falling back. I checked my phone. No signal, which I expected, but the time unsettled me. It read just after 7. It felt later. The darkness had the weight of something closer to midnight. I told myself forests exaggerate nightfall. Tree cover does that. I kept repeating explanations, stacking them like stones, building something I could stand on. I reached a small clearing. Barely more than a thinning of trees. The ground dipped slightly in the center, damp and uneven. I stopped without meaning to. The footsteps stopped with me. This time I turned around fast. There was nothing there. No shape. No movement. Just the same untouched moss stretching backward, erasing the trail behind me, as if it had never existed at all. My own footprints ended abruptly a few steps back, swallowed by green. That was when I understood something was wrong, in a way panic alone couldn't explain. Panic makes you imagine threats. It doesn't remove evidence. It doesn't smooth the world clean. I stood in that clearing as night settled fully. The sky above reduced to a darker shade of black between branches. The forest felt closer now, not physically, but in pressure, like the air had thickened. I could hear my breathing, shallow and uneven. Somewhere far off, something cracked. Wood under weight, but it didn't approach. I thought about running. The urge came hard and sudden, a full body command. Run while you still can. I'd read about that too, how people bolt and make everything worse. How panic drives you away from shelter, from water, from logic. I stayed where I was, knees slightly bent, muscles trembling with held motion. The footsteps circled the clearing. They didn't cross into the open. They moved just inside the trees, slow and deliberate, stopping when I turned my head, starting again when I looked away. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel the pattern, like pressure changes against my skin. I whispered my own name without realizing it, grounding myself in sound. Samuel Drake. Still here. Still breathing. The forest did not respond. It didn't need to. It had already taken the trail. I stayed in that clearing longer than I can account for. Long enough for time to lose its edges. My phone's screen dimmed and went black. The battery drained faster than it should have in the cold. When I tapped it awake again, the time hadn't changed. Still just after 7. The sky above me disagreed. The darkness wasn't total, but it had depth, like layers pressed together. The moon never showed itself. The stars were absent too, swallowed by a ceiling of branches and something heavier, something I felt more than saw. The air smelled wet and old, as if the ground itself had been turned over recently, even though the moss remained unbroken beyond my footprints. I told myself to move. Standing still wasn't helping. The clearing offered no shelter, no landmarks. Trees blurred together at the edges of my vision. I picked a direction that felt right, not because it was logical, but because indecision made my chest ache. As soon as my foot crossed back under the trees, the clearing seemed to collapse behind me, swallowed by shadow. The trail did not return. I moved through forest that resisted definition. Every few steps, the ground texture changed. Soft moss to packed soil to loose gravel, without any transition. My boots brushed against low branches that hadn't been there a moment earlier. The smell shifted too. Pine gave way to something sore, then to a faint, sharp scent like ozone after a storm. My ears kept searching for familiar markers: wind, insects, distant water. Instead, there was only the sound of my own movement and the footsteps that matched me perfectly. I tested it again, stopping abruptly. They stopped. I took a step sideways instead of forward. They adjusted. My thoughts began to fragment. Not racing, just slipping. I caught myself forgetting simple things, like how long I'd been walking, or what direction I thought I was headed. I forced myself to narrate quietly, describing what I saw and felt, anchoring myself in observation. Trees close together, trunks dark with moisture, lichen pale and powdery, breath fogging faintly in front of me. The footsteps remained just behind my left shoulder now, close enough that I could feel displacement in the air when they moved, a subtle pressure shift against my neck. I refused to turn around again. The last time I had, the world had erased itself in response. I started thinking about panic differently then. Not as fear, but as distortion. The narrowing of acceptable options until only the worst ones feel available. I understood how people drop their packs, tear off clothes, run uphill for no reason. The body wants relief, wants lightness, wants escape from sensation. My pack straps dug into me with every step. I loosened them, then tightened them again, argue with myself in small, sharp bursts of thought. The forest opened slightly ahead, revealing a shallow ravine. Water moved through it, slow and dark, barely reflecting the faint light that filtered down. The sound of it pulled at me immediately. Water always does. It promises direction. It promises continuity. I followed the slope down carefully, boots sliding on damp stone. The footsteps followed, but changed. They slowed, became more deliberate, as if the terrain required consideration. At the edge of the ravine, I knelt and dipped my fingers into the stream. The cold bit sharply, real enough to steady me. The smell here was clean, mineral, heavy. I drank sparingly, aware of the risk but more aware of my dry mouth and shaking hands. As I straightened, I noticed something that tightened my chest. My reflection did not move when I did. The water's surface was dark, broken by slow ripples, but my outline remained still for a fraction of a second longer than it should have, like an afterimage burned into glass. When it finally shifted, it matched me again. I stepped back quickly, heart pounding. Hallucination, I told myself. Low light, fatigue, stress. The footsteps had stopped. The silence felt different here, heavier, pressed close to my ears. I listened hard, trying to locate them. Nothing. No movement. No pressure. Just me and the stream. I followed the water downstream, reasoning that it had to lead somewhere. Forests organize themselves around water. People do too. The ravine widened gradually, the banks lowering, until it became more of a shallow channel cutting through trees. My steps splashed softly now, unavoidable noise. The sound seemed to carry farther than it should have, echoing forward as if the forest were repeating it. Then I heard my footsteps ahead of me. They were mine. Same rhythm. Same slight drag on the right foot where my boot tread was worn. I stopped so hard my knees locked. The sound ahead stopped too, perfectly synchronized. The panic surged then, hot and sudden. My chest tightened until breathing hurt. I bent forward, hands on my thighs, focusing on drawing air in and out. This was the moment people make mistakes. I knew that, knowing it didn't help. I forced myself to continue. Every sense stretched thin. The forest ahead began to look wrong in subtle ways. Trees repeated, not identical, but similar enough to trigger unease. The same broken branch shape, the same scar on bark, the same fallen log angled across the stream. I passed it once, then again. The third time, I touched it, running my hand along the rough surface, leaving a smear of mud. I kept walking. When it appeared again, the smear was still wet. My legs started to tremble with fatigue, but the sense of distance never accumulated. It felt like walking on a treadmill disguised as wilderness. I thought about turning around, about confronting whatever was behind me, but every instinct screamed not to. The smell of the forest shifted again, becoming sweeter, almost floral, cloying in the damp air. It made my head feel light. My thoughts slowed, edges blurring. I stumbled once and caught myself on a tree trunk that felt warmer than it should have. That was when I realized the footsteps were no longer behind me. They were inside my head, sensed with my pulse, indistinguishable from my own movement. Each step I took echoed internally, as if something had learned my rhythm and no longer needed to follow. I stopped at the edge of another clearing, smaller than the first, barely visible. The ground here was bare earth, dark and compacted, as if something had stood here for a long time. In the center lay my pack. It was upright, straps neatly arranged, exactly the way I wore it. I stared at it, mind blanking out details it didn't want to process. My breath fogged the air. The forest waited. Somewhere close. Something shifted its weight without making a sound. I didn't touch the pack at first. I circled it slowly, every sense tuned tight, waiting for the forest to react. It didn't. The clearing remained still, the air heavy and faintly sweet, like crushed flowers left too long in water. The ground beneath my boots felt compacted, uneven in a way that suggested repeated pressure. Standing, shifting, waiting. The pack was mine, same scuff on the side pocket, same frayed strap I kept meaning to replace. I crouched and unbuckled it with shaking fingers, half expecting it to feel lighter or heavier than it should. It didn't. Everything inside was exactly where I'd left it. Headlamp, energy bars. Map folded wrong because I'd rushed. The familiarity hurt. What didn't make sense was how it got here. I slid my arms through the straps and stood. The moment the pack settled against my shoulders, the clearing seemed to relax like a held breath released. The smell faded slightly. The pressure in my ears eased. I told myself this meant something. That order had been restored, even though I knew better than to trust comfort. I turned away from the clearing and stepped back under the trees. The forest accepted me without resistance. Branches no longer brushed my arms. The ground returned to dirt and leaf litter. My relief was immediate and dangerous. I felt my guard slipping, thoughts slowing as exhaustion caught up. I switched on my headlamp. The cone of light cut cleanly through the dark, revealing bark texture. Glistening leaves. the occasional reflective glint of eyes far off that vanished when I focused on them. The beam made the world feel real again. Defined, contained. I followed what looked like a path. It wasn't a trail in the traditional sense. No markers, no consistent width. But the ground was less cluttered. The undergrowth thinned as if something had passed this way often enough to shape it. I moved carefully, resisting the urge to hurry. My breathing steadied. The forest sounds began to return in pieces. Distant water, a faint rustle. Something like wind high above. The footsteps returned, faint and intermittent now, no longer matching me perfectly. Sometimes they lagged. Sometimes they advanced ahead, just at the edge of the headlamp's reach. I kept my eyes forward. Whatever explanation I tried to construct fell apart under scrutiny. Animal behavior didn't fit. Human presence made even less sense. I focused instead on physical needs. Food, warmth, direction. I ate an energy bar without tasting it, forcing myself to chew slowly. Sugar steadied my hands. I checked the map again, even though landmarks no longer corresponded to reality. The lines meant something once. That had to count. The path descended gradually, the air growing colder, heavier. My headlamp beam caught mist ahead, low to the ground, clinging to roots and stones. Fog forms near water, I reminded myself. Temperature drops, normal processes. I stepped into it and immediately felt disoriented. Sound dulled. Light diffused. My breath sounded louder than it should have. Shapes moved in the fog. Not fast, not aggressive, just present. I stopped and listened. The footsteps continued without me, moving forward. Then branching left, then right, as if testing options. I stayed still, heart pounding, waiting for the panic to crest and pass. It didn't fully. It settled into something quieter, and worse, resignation. I thought about missing people then. About how often they're found without shoes, without gear, in places that make no sense. About how reports mention odd behavior, calm voices, deliberate movement away from safety. I understood the temptation. The fog softened everything. The forest felt less hostile here, more inviting. My limbs felt heavy. The pack pressed into my shoulders again, suddenly uncomfortable. I loosened one strap, then the other. The instant the weight shifted, the fog thinned just slightly. The path ahead became clearer. I froze, hands still on the buckles. My pulse hammered. The forest seemed to wait. No, I said aloud, the word rough in my throat. I tightened the straps again. The fog thickened in response, swallowing the path until only a wall of gray remained. The message was subtle, but unmistakable. I backed away slowly, refusing to turn my back on it. The ground behind me sloped upward now, leading back toward higher terrain. I climbed carefully, muscles burning, lungs aching. The fog resisted, clinging but thinned with every step. My headlamp beam sharpened. Stars appeared overhead in small, fragile clusters. The footsteps grew agitated. They moved fast now, circling, cutting close enough that I felt air move against my calves. I stumbled once and nearly fell. My hands slapped against the ground, sinking into moss that felt too soft, too welcoming. I tore myself free and kept climbing. The slope leveled out abruptly, depositing me onto a narrow ridgeline. Wind moved freely here, cold and sharp, cutting through sweat-soaked fabric. It cleared my head. I stood there shaking, scanning the terrain below. In the distance, far beyond where I should have been, a faint glow pulsed through the trees. Artificial light. Hope surged, fragile but undeniable. I oriented myself toward it and began moving along the ridge, careful not to lose elevation. The forest below shifted restlessly. shadows flowing where there should have been none. The footsteps stayed behind now, distant and frustrated. As I descended toward the light, the ground grew more defined, the path resolving into something recognizable. Gravel, switchbacks. A trailhead sign loomed suddenly in my headlamp beam, its lettering reflective and blessedly mundane. I laughed, a broken sound that startled me. I didn't stop moving until I reached the road. A ranger truck idled there, lights on, engine humming softly. The warmth that hit me when the door opened nearly dropped me to my knees. Hands steadied me. Voices asked questions. I answered automatically, my gaze fixed on the tree line beyond the road. From the edge of the forest, the darkness watched back, quiet and patient. Later, wrapped in a blanket, I tried to explain what happened. The ranger listened without interrupting, his face unreadable. When I finished, he nodded slowly. Panic does strange things, he said. Makes people see patterns that aren't there. I nodded too. It was the easiest explanation. The safest one. But when they returned to the clearing at first light, they found no footprints. No disturbed moss. No sign of a trail having ever existed, where I said it vanished. They did find something else, though. A second set of boot prints, stopping exactly where mine stopped. They didn't lead anywhere at all. My name is Leo Patterson, and I learned something important the night the fog came in. Distance is not fixed. It isn't measured in feet or miles. Inside fog, distance becomes a feeling, and that feeling can stretch until it breaks. I was hiking alone, late enough that I knew I should have already turned back. The plan was simple: a marked loop trail, 5 miles total, well maintained, popular during the day. I'd done it before, I trusted it. The sun dropped faster than I expected, pulled down by a low ceiling of clouds that pressed against the ridgeline. The temperature fell with it. That sudden evening chill that smells like wet stone and pine sap. I checked my watch, told myself I had time, and kept moving. The fog arrived without ceremony. No rolling wall, no dramatic sweep. One moment I could see the switchback ahead of me, the next it was gone, erased as if someone had wiped condensation off glass the wrong way. The fog wasn't thick so much as complete. It filled space evenly, swallowing edges. My headlamp cut a cone of pale light that seemed to end almost immediately, like it was being absorbed. Beyond that cone, there was nothing to measure by. I slowed down, boots crunching on gravel I could no longer see. The sound felt too loud, too close to my ears. I became aware of my breathing, the soft rasp inside my throat. Everything else had gone quiet. Not peaceful quiet. Empty quiet. No insects. No wind through branches. Even the distant river I knew ran below the ridge had disappeared. I told myself to stay calm. Fog disorients people. I knew that. I'd read about it. I counted steps. I focused on the trail under my feet, on the rhythm of walking. But something felt off almost immediately. The trail didn't feel like it was moving past me. It felt like I was walking in place while the world slid around me. I stopped. The sound of my boots faded, and the silence snapped back into place, so fast it made my ears ring. I turned my head slowly, scanning with the headlamp. A tree appeared in the beam, its trunk pale and wet. I guessed it was maybe 10 feet away. It felt farther. Not visually, emotionally. Like the effort to reach it would take more time than it should. I took a step toward it. Then another. The tree didn't seem to get closer. My light didn't change how it looked. I stopped again, heart tapping faster now, and laughed quietly at myself. Depth perception plays tricks. Fog does that. I turned back toward the trail. I couldn't see it. That alone wasn't panic-worthy. Trails disappear in fog all the time. But when I shifted my feet, scuffing the ground to find the worn dirt path, my boot met uneven ground. Rocks. Roots. Not the compacted surface I'd been walking on for the last mile. I swung the light down and saw leaf litter, slick and dark, scattered with pine needles. I hadn't stepped off the trail. I was sure of it. I told myself I'd drifted without noticing. That happens too. I turned in a slow circle, sweeping the beam back and forth. The tree was still there, exactly as before. I took 3 careful steps toward it. This time it seemed closer, but not by much. The effort of moving through the fog felt heavier, like pushing against pressure instead of air. When I reached the trunk, my hand brushed wet bark, cold and real. Relief washed through me, sharp enough to make my knees feel weak. Something solid. Something I could touch. I pressed my palm flat against it and counted to 5, grounding myself. When I turned back, the tree was gone. I don't mean I couldn't see it. I mean the space where it had been was empty. The fog there looked no different from anywhere else. But the sense of presence was missing, like the absence left behind when a loud noise stops. I spun around, the headlamp beam jerking, catching nothing but pale haze. The smell changed then. Not dramatically, just enough to notice. The clean, resinous scent of pine gave way to something damp and sour, like wet leaves left too long in a bag. My chest felt tight. I became aware of a pressure behind my eyes, a dull ache that pulsed with my heartbeat. I called out. Just a simple hello, my voice careful, reasonable. The sound went nowhere. It didn't echo or fade. It just stopped a few feet from my mouth, like it had hit a wall. I stood there longer than I should have, waiting for something to happen, for the fog to thin, for a sound, for my sense of direction to come back. None of it did. The world felt suspended like a held breath. I checked my phone. No signal as expected. But the screen's glow felt reassuringly normal. The time read 9:14 p.m. I tried to orient myself by memory. I knew the trail curved east here. I knew if I followed it downhill, I'd hit the parking lot eventually. I picked a direction and started walking. After maybe a minute, maybe 10, I couldn't tell, I noticed the ground sloping upward. Slightly, but unmistakably. That didn't make sense. I stopped, turned around, and walked the other way. The slope persisted. A fill again. My calves began to burn. The fog muffled everything, even my thoughts. I found myself focusing on small details. The way condensation beaded on my jacket. The faint metallic taste at the back of my mouth. The way my headlamp flickered when I adjusted the strap, like it didn't quite like being moved. I came across a rock outcrop, low and wide, its surface slick with moisture. I sat down on it without thinking, needing the contact. The cold seeped through my pants. I could feel my pulse in my wrists. I listened. Somewhere far off there was a sound. Not footsteps. Not quite. More like fabric brushing against fabric, irregular, faint. I held my breath. The sound stopped. I waited, counting seconds in my head, but the numbers slipped away from me. Time felt as unreliable as distance now. When I stood again, my legs trembled. Not from cold, but from something deeper, a sense that the rules I relied on were loosening. I took a step forward and nearly collided with a tree that hadn't been there a moment before. I jerked back, heart pounding, light shaking in my hand. The trunk loomed in the beam, close enough that I could see. droplets of water sliding down the bark. 10 feet away felt farther than my house, back home. And for the first time that night, I wondered if I was still moving through the forest at all, or if something else was deciding how far I was allowed to go. I stayed close to that tree longer than made sense, circling it slowly, keeping it in the edge of my vision, as if it might vanish again if I looked away. The fog pressed against my face, cool and damp, beating on my eyelashes. Every breath felt shallow, like the air itself had weight. I kept telling myself to think logically. Trees don't move. Perception does. I forced myself to step away. The moment my hand left the bark, the space behind me felt exposed, like stepping out of a doorway that no longer existed. I walked carefully, testing each step before committing my weight, sweeping the headlamp in slow arcs. The beam revealed the same few feet of ground over and over, rocks slick with moisture, patches of moss that glistened like bruises, leaves plastered flat as if pressed there. I tried to keep a straight line. I picked a rock, then another, aligning them in my mind. But after a while, I noticed my shoulders aching from turning. I was curving without realizing it. When I stopped and turned back, my own footprints were gone. Not filled in, not blurred, just absent, as if I'd never been there. The pressure behind my eyes intensified, blooming into a headache that throbbed with every step. I smelled something sharp now, like ozone after a storm mixed with the sour dampness. It made my stomach clench. I checked my watch again, 9:17 p.m. 3 minutes since the last time I'd looked. It felt like much longer. I told myself to conserve energy, to slow down, but my body had other ideas. My pace kept creeping faster, driven by the sense that standing still was worse. The fog seemed to thin for a moment, just enough that shapes began to suggest themselves beyond the beam. Vertical lines, depth. Hope flickered, quick and fragile. Then I realized the shapes were wrong. They were too evenly spaced, too similar. I stopped and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Trees. All the same width, all the same distance apart. The forest I knew was messy, organic. This felt arranged. The silence here was deeper, padded. Even my breathing sounded muted, like I was hearing it through cloth. I stepped between two trunks and felt a sudden drop in temperature, a cold that slid under my jacket and wrapped around my ribs. My breath fogged thicker, hanging in the air longer than it should have. I rubbed my arms, trying to generate heat, and noticed my hands shaking. A sound came then, faint but distinct. A single footstep. Not behind me. To my left. I froze. The sound came again, closer this time, careful. As if whoever made it was testing the ground the way I was. I opened my mouth to call out and stop myself. Something about the rhythm felt wrong. Too measured. Too patient. I moved, slow and quiet, angling away. The footsteps followed, matching my pace but never quite aligning. When I sped up, they stayed steady. When I slowed, they did too. I couldn't place the distance. Sometimes they felt right beside me, sometimes impossibly far. The ground sloped again, and I stumbled, catching myself on a low branch slick with moisture. My pulse roared in my ears. I tasted blood where I'd bitten my tongue. I kept moving. Breath ragged now, lungs burning, the fog thickening until my headlamp beam seemed to bend inward, collapsing on itself. I broke into a small clearing without warning. The space opened up just enough that the darkness felt wider rather than safer. In the center was a fallen log, pale and stripped of bark. I sat hard on it, legs weak, chest heaving. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It pressed in heavy and expectant. I became aware of my own body in uncomfortable detail. The ache in my knees, the dampness creeping through my clothes, the tremor in my hands that wouldn't settle. The fog pooled low in the clearing, swirling around my boots. I listened for a long time. Eventually, I heard something else, not a footstep, a breath. Slow, close, not mine. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. The space behind me felt occupied. Dense. The smell shifted again, carrying a faint, stale warmth that didn't belong in the cold night air. My vision tunneled, dark at the edges. I stood abruptly, heart hammering, and the sensation vanished, leaving me dizzy and disoriented. The clearing looked the same as before. Empty. I laughed then, a short, brittle sound, and started walking again without any real plan, just needing to move. That's when I saw the reflector. A small, square glint at eye level, catching my headlamp beam and throwing it back. Trail marker. Real. Familiar. Relief hit me so hard my eyes burned. I walked toward it, faster now, almost running. It never got closer. No matter how many steps I took, it stayed the same size, the same distance, hovering in the fog like a promise that refused to be kept. My legs ached. My breath came in gasps. The reflector flickered once, then went dark. I stopped, bent over, hands on my knees, fighting the urge to scream. The fog closed in tighter than ever, and I had the overwhelming sense that whatever was out there wasn't chasing me. It was waiting. I stood there long enough for my legs to stiffen, bent forward, breath tearing in and out of my chest. When I straightened, the world tilted. I had to spread my feet to keep from falling. The fog felt thicker now, almost textured, like it had grain to it. My headlamp beam didn't cut through it anymore. It just illuminated the space, immediately in front of my face, a pale bubble I carried with me. I made myself walk again, slower this time. Deliberate. Every survival instinct I had was screaming at me to keep moving, but another part of me, quieter and colder, insisted that speed was a mistake. I focused on small things. Heel down, toe forward, breathe in for 4, out for 4. The forest answered with nothing. After a while, the headache behind my eyes dulled into a steady pressure, like hands pressing inward. My thoughts came slower, slipping away if I didn't grab them immediately. I tried to remember the parking lot, the shape of my car, the way the gravel sounded under tires. Those memories felt distant, flat, like photographs of a place I wasn't sure I'd actually been. The ground changed again. The crunch of gravel returned under my boots, faint but unmistakable. I stopped, heart jumping, and swept the light down. A path, narrow but defined. Packed dirt edged with stones. A trail, relief surged sharp and almost painful. I laughed, louder this time. The sound cracking in the fog. I stepped onto the trail and felt the difference immediately. The surface was firm, familiar. I followed it, counting steps again, anchoring myself to the rhythm. The trail curved gently, then straightened. My shoulders relaxed a fraction. The fog thinned just enough that I could see a few feet farther ahead. I told myself I'd been turned around, that exhaustion and fear had done the rest. It fit, it made sense. That's when I noticed the smell. Not damp leaves, not pine. Something faintly chemical, like old plastic warmed by the sun. It didn't belong out here. I slowed, scanning the edges of the trail. The forest on either side looked wrong again. Too uniform, the trunks lining up like they'd been measured. I kept going anyway. The trail dipped slightly, and I felt a familiar ache in my knees as I descended. My watch buzzed softly against my wrist. I looked down. 9:19 p.m. 2 minutes. I stopped dead. I knew I'd been walking longer than that. I tried to retrace my thoughts, the sequence of events, but they slid past each other without connecting. The pressure in my head spiked, and for a moment I had the disorienting sense that I was forgetting something important, something basic. I heard the sound again then. Not footsteps this time. A scuff, close, on the trail behind me. I turned slowly, light swinging around. The beam caught the path stretching back into the fog, empty. But the space felt wrong. Crowded, as if the air itself had weight there. I stood very still, listening. A breath came from behind me. Slow, controlled. I didn't run. I don't know why. Maybe because some instinct told me that sudden movement would make things worse. I walked forward instead, keeping my pace steady, my back straight. The trail seemed to narrow, the edges pressing inward. Branches brushed my sleeves, damp and cold. The breathing followed, always the same distance. Never closer, never farther. My calves began to cramp. My lungs burned. I wanted to scream, to demand to know what was there, but the words stuck in my throat. I became intensely aware of my own outline, the way my body occupied space. The fog seemed to mold itself around me as I moved, closing in behind. The trail ended without warning. One step I was on packed dirt. The next my boot met soft ground and slid. I stumbled forward, arms flailing, and caught myself just short of a drop. The headlamp beam revealed nothing but fog falling away into darkness. No sound of water. No echo. Just depth. I backed up slowly, heart hammering, and felt solid ground under my heels again. The trail behind me was gone. In its place was leaf litter and slick rock, indistinguishable from everything else. The breathing stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. My ears rang. The pressure in my head eased slightly, replaced by a hollow feeling, like something had been removed. I stood there shaking, light sweeping uselessly until my arm ached. That's when I noticed the fog thinning. Not evenly, in patches. Shapes began to emerge, trees with irregular spacing, undergrowth tangled and wild. The forest I recognized. The smell of pine returned, sharp and clean. I heard a distant sound, low and steady, water. I followed it, half walking, half stumbling, until the fog finally broke apart around me. The trail reappeared under my feet, wider now, unmistakable. The river came into view through the trees, dark and fast, moving exactly where it was supposed to be. I stood there for a long time, hands on my knees, breathing hard, letting the normal sounds wash over me. The night felt cold but real. The distance between things made sense again. I made it back to my car sometime after midnight. The parking lot was empty. The engine started on the first try. I sat there with my hands on the steering wheel, staring out at the trees, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. I don't hike alone at night anymore. I don't walk in fog if I can avoid it. And sometimes, when the air is still and sound feels too close, I get the unsettling sense that distance is flexible again, stretching quietly, waiting for me to forget how far away home is supposed to be. My name is Andrew Knox, and the first thing I remember going wrong that night was how calm I felt about it. I had been hiking since early afternoon. A simple out and back route through a stretch of national forest that didn't get much traffic after sunset. The trailhead log showed my name and the time I'd started. I remember that because I paused to look at it longer than necessary, as if I already knew it might matter later. The plan was to be back at my truck before dark, Plans change quietly in the woods. They don't announce themselves. They just stop applying. By the time the light began to flatten and lose its color, I realized I'd misjudged the distance. The trees grew closer together as elevation climbed, their trunks narrowing my field of view until the trail felt more like a hallway than a path. The air cooled faster than it should have. Not cold enough to panic, just enough to make every breath feel sharper, cleaner, like it was cutting something away from me. I told myself to turn back. I even stopped walking to do it. That was when I noticed how silent everything had become. It wasn't the dramatic kind of silence people talk about. No sudden hush, no obvious absence of birdsong. It was subtler than that. The forest sounded normal until I focused on it, and then I realized the sounds weren't moving. Wind brushed the leaves overhead, but it didn't travel. An insect chirped somewhere close, but it never shifted position. It was like listening to a recording played, just loud enough to seem real. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't unusual. The GPS loaded slowly, a pale blue dot hovering in a sea of green with no detail. The trail line flickered, then vanished. I wasn't lost yet. Not really. I knew the general direction. I knew how long I'd been walking. Panic doesn't arrive all at once. It leaks in. I turned around and started back the way I'd come. The ground sloped differently. The switchback I remembered wasn't there. I walked faster, scanning for familiar rocks, a fallen log, anything I could anchor myself to. The beam of my headlamp cut a narrow tunnel through the trees, and beyond it the darkness felt thick, almost padded like it could absorb sound. That was when I smelled smoke. It was faint, just enough to register. Not a campfire, not sharp enough. More like old ash stirred by wind. I stopped and listened again, heart ticking louder in my ears than it should have. My training, minimal as it was, surfaced then. Stop. Breathe. Don't make decisions while your body is telling you to run. I reached for my radio. It was a standard handheld, nothing fancy. Something I carried because I liked the comfort more than its actual usefulness. I'd tested it earlier in the day. It worked. I pressed the talk button and heard the soft click of transmission. "This is Andrew Knox," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. "I'm off trail and disoriented. Requesting assistance." The static answered first. A soft, steady hiss, like distant rain. I waited. Thumbs still pressed, then released and tried again. My voice sounded thinner the second time, stretched by the open air. "This is Andrew Knox. If anyone is on this frequency, please respond." I was about to lower the radio when the hiss shifted. It wasn't a clean break, just a subtle change in texture, like fabric rubbed the wrong way. "Andrew," a voice said. Calm, familiar. I froze. The voice was mine. Not distorted. Not delayed. It wasn't an echo. It was exactly how I sounded when I spoke slowly, deliberately, the way I did when I was trying not to scare someone else. The cadence was perfect. Even the slight catch in the breath before my name was there. "You're okay." My voice continued. "Stay where you are." My hand tightened around the radio. For a moment, the simplest explanation tried to assert itself. Feedback, some strange loop. Stress does that. The brain looks for edges to smooth over. "Who is this?" I asked. The answer came immediately. No static this time. "It's you," my voice said gently. "You wandered too far. If you move, you'll make it worse." I should have shut it off. I know that now. But something about hearing my own voice stripped the fear out of the situation. It felt like listening to a voicemail I'd forgotten I recorded. Reassuring. Familiar. The words settled into me without resistance. Sit down, the voice said. Slow your breathing. You're burning energy. I sat. The ground was damp, the smell of soil strong and comforting. I focused on my breath the way the voice suggested. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. My heart rate slowed. The trembling in my hands eased. This happens, my voice said. People panic. They make bad choices. You didn't. You called for help. A part of me, small and distant, noted that the radio wasn't warm. I'd been transmitting longer than usual. It should have been. I ignored that part. How long until help arrives? I asked. There was a pause then. Just long enough to feel intentional. They're closer if you stay still, my voice said. Moving confuses things. I nodded, even though no one could see me. The beam of my headlamp rested on the base of a tree 10 feet away. Its bark was pale, almost reflective, like bone. I stared at it until my eyes ached, grounding myself in something solid. The voice kept talking. Not constantly. Just enough to fill the gaps where fear might creep back in. It reminded me to drink water, to loosen my pack straps, to keep my legs warm. Practical advice. Sensible, every word made sense. At some point I realized the forest smelled wrong. Not bad. Just unfamiliar. The smoke scent had thickened, mixed with something metallic, like wet pennies. The air felt heavier when I inhaled, as if pressure was building with each breath. My ears popped slightly, the way they do with altitude changes, even though I knew I hadn't climbed. I think something's wrong, I said, my voice quieter now. The radio crackled softly, almost soothing. That's the panic talking, my voice replied. Ignore it. You're safe. I listened. That was the last smart thing I did. Time stretched in a way that made it hard to measure. The radio never went silent, but it didn't chatter either. My voice checked in at intervals that felt natural, like a person glancing up from a task. Each time it spoke, the pressure in my chest eased a little, and I realized how much I had started to rely on it to tell me when things were normal. I don't know how long I sat there before I noticed the cold. It crept in slowly, first as a stiffness in my fingers, then as a dull ache in my knees. I shifted my weight and felt dampness soak through my pants. The ground beneath me wasn't just wet. It felt spongy, as if it gave slightly when I pressed down, then settled again after I moved. I stood up to get my circulation going, and the headlamp beam swayed, briefly revealing a slope I didn't remember. Stay where you are, my voice said immediately. I'm just standing, I replied. My teeth clicked together on the last word. Standing is movement, it said. Sit back down. The calm was still there, but something else edged its way in, a firmness I hadn't noticed before. I hesitated, then lowered myself again. The ground felt colder now, as if my body heat had been the only thing keeping it tolerable. I wrapped my arms around myself and tried to remember the last clear landmark I'd passed. A creek crossing. A marker post. Anything. The memories slid around when I reached for them, details blurring together until they felt borrowed. The forest sounds changed. Not dramatically, not enough to trigger alarm on their own. The static hum of insects grew uneven, breaking off in short bursts. Somewhere deeper in the trees, something heavy shifted its weight. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer moving through underbrush. The rational explanations lined up easily when I didn't look at them too closely. Help should be closer now, my voice said. They're triangulating. With what? I asked. The question surprised me as soon as it left my mouth. I hadn't thought to doubt the process until that moment. There was another pause. Longer this time. With you, my voice said. Your signal. Your voice. I glanced down at the radio. The display glowed faintly, steady and unchanged. No indicators flashed. No alerts sounded. It looked exactly the same as it had hours ago. I turned it slightly, expecting to see the battery indicator dip. It didn't. I haven't heard anyone else, I said. You don't need to, my voice replied. Too many voices cause confusion. The wind brushed through the canopy again, and for the first time, it felt like it moved past me instead of around me. The leaves whispered in a direction I couldn't place, and the smell of smoke thickened until it hit the back of my throat. I coughed, a short, sharp sound that seemed to vanish before it traveled more than a few feet. I checked my watch. The numbers glowed back at me, stubbornly unchanged. It was still the same time it had been the last time I checked. I pressed the button again harder, as if that might force it to advance. Nothing happened. That's normal, my voice said, without me asking. Your perception is off. Happens when people get stressed. I wanted to argue, but the words tangled before I could form them. My head felt full, like there wasn't enough room for complete thoughts anymore. When I tried to focus on the forest beyond the headlamp beam, my eyes slid away, refusing to settle. Something moved at the edge of the light. I flinched, heart jumping, and the beam jerked upward. The movement vanished immediately, swallowed by darkness. I waited, breath shallow, listening for the telltale sounds of an animal retreating. There was nothing. Not even the uneven insect noise. I saw something, I said. You saw shadow, my voice corrected. Your brain is filling gaps. The explanation fit too neatly. I let it sit. The alternative, that there was actually something out there watching me, felt heavier than I could manage. Minutes passed. Or hours. It was impossible to tell. The cold deepened, settling into my bones. I realized I hadn't felt hungry in a long time, or thirsty. My body seemed to be prioritizing other sensations, letting the basic ones fade. The pressure in the air increased. My ears popped again. Sharper this time, and my head throbbed dully behind my eyes. Breathing took more effort, like inhaling through a filter. I don't feel right, I said. That's the panic effect, my voice replied smoothly. Your body is trying to trick you into moving. Don't let it. The phrase lodged in my mind. Panic effect. I'd read about it, about how fear can override training. How people strip off clothing, abandon supplies, run until they collapse. The idea that my own body could betray me was unsettling, but it also gave me something to fight against. I tightened my grip on the radio. It felt like an anchor now, a direct line to myself, to reason. I'm going to stand up, I said. Just to stretch. The response was immediate, sharper than before. No. The word echoed in my head longer than it should have. If you stand, you'll lose the signal. My voice continued. You'll make it harder for them to find you. Something about that didn't line up. I tried to articulate it, to pull the thought into focus. But it slipped away, leaving only a vague sense of wrongness. The forest shifted again. This time, it wasn't just at the edge of the light. The tree I'd been staring at seemed closer, its pale bark catching the beam more fully. I hadn't moved. I was sure of that. Still, the distance between us felt shorter, compressed. Is anyone actually coming? I asked quietly. Another pause. I could hear the faint hiss of static beneath it now, like breathing through fabric. They were, my voice said. But you're safer here. The words settled over me like a blanket, heavy and suffocating. Safer than what? I wanted to ask, but my throat tightened. A low, almost imperceptible sound drifted through the trees, too deep to be an animal call, too steady to be wind. My headlamp flickered. I slapped it instinctively, and the light steadied, but the brief darkness left an afterimage burned into my vision. For a split second, I could have sworn there were shapes closer than before, irregular and upright, just beyond where the light reached. Stay calm. My voice said, softer now. You're doing everything right. I closed my eyes just for a moment to rest them. The ground felt colder still, seeping into me. The smell of smoke and metal filled my nose until it was all I could taste. When I opened my eyes again, the tree was only a few steps away. The realization should have jolted me upright. The distance had closed without me moving, without any sense of time passing that could even loosely explain it. Instead, I felt a dull acceptance settle in, as if my mind had already adjusted the rules and decided this was allowable. I stared at the tree. The bark was smoother than I'd thought, its pale surface marked with thin, vertical striations that reminded me of scratches left by fingernails. I lifted the headlamp beam higher, following the trunk upward, and the light thinned as it climbed, fading before it reached the branches. I didn't move, I said. My voice sounded far away to my own ears. You don't need to. My voice replied through the radio. Things shift when you're still long enough. That should have scared me. It almost did. A ripple of fear rose, then flattened before it could crest, smoothed out by exhaustion or something like it. My thoughts felt padded now, wrapped in layers that dulled their edges. The pressure in the air became harder to ignore. Each breath felt compressed, like I was inhaling from a space already used up. My ears rang faintly, a high, constant tone that blended with the background hiss of the radio. I swallowed and tasted metal. I tried to stand. My legs didn't respond the way I expected. They straightened, but slowly, as if I were moving through deep water. When I finally rose, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and the forest tilted. I reached out instinctively, steadying myself against the tree. The bark was warm. I jerked my hand back, heart stuttering. The warmth lingered on my palm, a residual sensation that didn't fade as quickly as it should have. I flexed my fingers, grounding myself in the movement. Sit down, my voice said, the calm stretched thin now, like a smile held too long. You're gonna fall. I touched the tree, I said. It was warm. There was static then, louder than before. It crackled and surged, filling the space between breaths. Blood flows, my voice said finally. You're imagining things. I looked down at my hand. The skin was pale, almost gray in the headlamp light. The veins stood out more sharply than I remembered. My fingers felt clumsy, slow to obey. I realized I hadn't felt the cold in a while. Not really. The ache had dulled into something distant and abstract. The forest around me seemed closer on all sides now. The headlamp beam no longer felt like it carved out a safe pocket of space. It skimmed over trunks and low branches that seemed to lean inward, their outlines blurring at the edges. The smell of smoke was overwhelming, mixed with damp earth and that persistent metallic tang. I took a step back. The ground shifted under my boot, softening, settling with a faint, wet sound. I froze, heart hammering. The sensation traveled up my leg, a subtle give that made my stomach twist. "Don't move," my voice snapped. The sharpness cut through the fog in my head. I clutched the radio tighter, knuckles aching. "You said help was coming," I said. "You said they were close." "They were close to you," my voice replied. "You've moved away." "I haven't gone anywhere." Another pause. The static under the silence felt heavier now, like something pressing close to the mic. "You don't remember everything you do," my voice said. "That's part of it." A fragment of memory surfaced then, unbidden. The sensation of walking. Not earlier, not on the trail, but recently. My boots sinking slightly with each step. The headlamp bobbing. The radio warm in my hand. I couldn't place when it had happened, or for how long. But the impression was there, faint and undeniable. "No," I said, though I wasn't sure who I was arguing with anymore. I stayed put. "That's what you think," my voice said gently. "You did the right thing coming back." "Back from where?" The radio hissed softly, almost like a sigh. The sound in the forest deepened. That low, steady noise I'd noticed earlier grew more distinct, resolving into something rhythmic. Not footsteps. Too slow for that. More like pressure changes, the air itself shifting in measured intervals. Each pulse seemed to bring the trees a fraction closer. My headlamp flickered again, longer this time. The darkness pressed in immediately, thick and complete. When the light returned, it revealed shapes I hadn't seen before. They stood just beyond the beam's reach. Irregular silhouettes that disrupted the vertical lines of the trees. Too tall, too still. I squinted, trying to make sense of them. But my eyes refused to focus, sliding away as if repelled. "I can see something," I whispered. "That's because you're looking too hard," my voice said. "Close your eyes." I shook my head, a small, frantic motion. The act made the world spin. "Just for a moment," my voice urged. "Let your body reset." Every instinct I had left screamed against it, but they were muffled, distant. I felt so tired. The kind of tired that sinks past muscle and bone, straight into thought. Holding my eyes open felt like work. Closing them felt like relief. "I don't think you're helping me," I said, the words slurring slightly. The radio crackled, the static flaring and then settling. "I am the only thing that has," my voice replied. Everyone else stopped listening. The sentence echoed in my head, looping back on itself. I tried to remember. When I'd started listening so completely, when the radio had become the axis everything else turned on, the answer wouldn't come. The ground shifted again, more noticeably this time. My boots sank an inch, then another, the soft earth pulling at them with a gentle insistence. Panic flared, hot and sudden, burning through the fog. "I'm sinking," I said. Louder now. "I need to move." "No," my voice said, and there was no calm left in it. "You're settling." I yanked one foot free, the motion clumsy and slow. The effort sent a jolt of pain up my leg, sharp enough to clear my head for a heartbeat. In that brief clarity, I noticed something I'd missed before. The radio wasn't just warm. It was vibrating, a low, steady pulse that matched the rhythm in the forest, the pressure in the air, the slow tightening of space around me. The sound coming from it wasn't being transmitted. It was being produced. I raised it closer to my face, staring at the speaker grill. "This isn't right," I said. "This isn't a signal." The response came instantly, no static at all. "It doesn't need to be," my voice said. "You already answered." The ground gave way beneath me then, not in a sudden collapse, but in a controlled, gradual release. I dropped to my knees, the cold and wet seeping through my clothes at last. My headlamp swung wildly, the beam catching fragments of pale bark, dark shapes, the suggestion of depth where there shouldn't have been any. I tried to shout, to call out for anyone, anything else, but my throat tightened, the sound strangled before it could form. "Stay," my voice said, close now, impossibly close. "You're almost where you're supposed to be." The last thing I remember clearly is the radio slipping from my hand as the ground pulled me lower, the vibration still humming through it, through me. The headlamp went dark, and the pressure eased, replaced by a weightless quiet. Somewhere above, or maybe far away, I think I heard my own voice calling my name again, calm and reassuring, fading into the night. My name is Ryan Mercer, and I didn't think it was possible to feel tired in a way that had nothing to do with muscles or sleep. The kind of tired that settles behind your eyes and presses down until standing upright feels unnecessary. I felt that tired before the sun went down, standing at the trailhead with a pack that suddenly seemed heavy than it had any right to be, breathing in air that smelled like wet leaves and cold stone. The sign at the entrance was sun, faded and practical. No warnings beyond the usual. Stay on marked trails. Weather changes quickly. Let someone know where you're going. I'd done all of that. I texted my sister a photo of the map, circled my loop in red, and told her I'd be back before midnight. I remember her typing back a joke about me finally learning how to relax. I laughed at it then. The forest looked calm, almost welcoming, the way it does right before evening. Long shadows, soft light, birds settling down for the night. I started walking just after 6. The trail was firm and familiar under my boots, packed dirt with a scatter of pine needles that muffled my steps. I liked that sound, the quiet crunch that made me feel like I belonged there. I told myself this was what rest felt like. A deliberate pace, measured breathing, the world narrowing to the space a few feet in front of me. As the light thinned, the colors changed. Greens dulled into gray. Browns deepened. The air cooled enough that I zipped my jacket and felt that small, satisfying warmth settle across my chest. Somewhere to my left, water moved over rocks, a steady sound that anchored me. I checked my watch out of habit. Still plenty of time. The night hadn't really started yet. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not all at once. It crept in the way fog does, erasing details you didn't realize you were using to navigate. Birds stopped calling. Insects went quiet. Even the water seemed farther away, like it had retreated downhill without me noticing. My own footsteps sounded too loud, then oddly soft, like the ground was absorbing them. I stopped and stood there, listening. The forest didn't answer. There was no snap of branches, no rustle of small animals, no distant wind. Just my breathing, a little faster than before. I told myself this was normal. Animals go still when night settles in. Quiet isn't danger. Quiet is just quiet. I kept moving. The trail narrowed as it climbed, the trees pressing closer together. Their trunks were dark and straight, rising out of the ground like supports holding up the sky. The canopy overhead thickened, swallowing the last of the light. I switched on my headlamp, the beam cutting a clean circle through the dark. Dust motes drifted through it, slow and deliberate, like they were suspended in something heavier than air. That's when the tiredness deepened. It wasn't sudden. It spread through me like warmth, loosening my shoulders, softening the tight knot I hadn't realized was there. My steps slowed without me deciding to slow them. The idea of sitting down, just for a minute, seemed not only reasonable but necessary. I shook my head, hard enough to make the beam wobble, and told myself I was just hungry. Just dehydrated. Normal things. I took a drink from my bottle. The water tasted flat, almost metallic. I swallowed it anyway and kept walking. The forest smelled different as the night settled in. Damp earth, crushed leaves. A faint sharpness like sap or ozone. Each breath felt thicker than the last, like I was pulling the air through something dense. My chest tightened, not in panic, but in a way that made me aware of my heartbeat, slow and heavy. I checked the trail markers more often than I needed to. Reflective paint caught my headlamp and flashed back at me, small assurances that I was still where I was supposed to be. Still on the path. Still moving forward. The path curved, then dipped, then leveled out again. Time felt slippery. I couldn't tell how long I'd been walking, only that the idea of stopping grew more appealing with every step. My legs didn't ache. They felt light, almost disconnected, like they were carrying me without much input. I started to think about sleep, not in a practical way, not about finding a campsite or setting up my tent, just the concept of lying down, letting go. The forest seemed to lean in when I thought about it, the trees crowding closer, their outlines softening at the edges. The ground looked smoother here, less cluttered with roots and rocks. Inviting. I slowed to a stop again and rested my hands on my knees. My breath fogged in front of me, white and fleeting. I listened. Still nothing. The silence pressed in. A physical thing that filled my ears and settled behind my eyes. It felt like the forest was holding its breath with me. I told myself to turn around. The words formed clearly in my head. Turn around. Go back while you still know the way. I even took a step in that direction, my headlamp swinging to illuminate the trail behind me. It looked different. Not wrong, exactly. Just unfamiliar. The curve I remembered wasn't there. The markers seemed farther apart, their reflective flashes dimmer. The trees leaned at slightly different angles, their trunks closer together. The idea of retracing my steps felt exhausting, like trying to swim upstream in a slow, relentless current. I stood there for a long moment, caught between two directions that both felt equally distant. Forward, the trail continued into darkness, smooth and quiet. Backward. It seemed to recede, the path narrowing into something tight and unwelcoming. The tiredness pulsed again, stronger this time. It wasn't just in my body now. It was in my thoughts, smoothing them down, making everything simple. You don't have to decide anything, it seemed to say. Just keep going. Just rest. I laughed softly at myself, the sound strange and loud in the silence. Get it together, I muttered, and turned forward again. The forest didn't react. But I had the distinct impression that something had shifted, like a weight settling into place. As I walked, the ground softened under my boots. The packed dirt gave way to something springier, moss maybe, or deep leaf litter. My steps made almost no sound now. The headlamp beam seemed dimmer, the circle of light shrinking no matter how I adjusted it. Beyond its edge, the darkness felt close enough to touch. I became aware of a pressure, subtle but persistent, like being underwater just enough to feel it in your ears. It wasn't painful, It was comforting, in a way, enclosing, protective. My thoughts slowed to match my pace, each one drifting by and dissolving before it could fully form. I thought about how long it had been since I'd rested. Really rested. How the forest didn't ask anything of me. It didn't need explanations or plans. It didn't care if I was tired or strong or prepared. It just was. And in that being, there was a promise. Not spoken, not heard, but felt. A promise of stillness, of relief. I didn't notice when the trail began to fade. Only that at some point I was walking without it. My feet finding their own way over ground that felt smooth and forgiving. The trees opened into a small clearing, barely large enough to notice. The canopy thinning just enough to reveal a slice of sky. Stars pricked through the darkness, cold and distant. I stopped there, my breath slow, my body heavy with a pleasant, bone-deep fatigue. The forest seemed to exhale around me, the silence deepening into something complete. For the first time all night, I felt like I had arrived somewhere. I set my pack down without thinking about it, and stood very still, listening to nothing at all, and let the idea of rest settle fully into me. I don't remember deciding to sit down. One moment I was standing in the clearing, my pack at my feet, the beam of my headlamp tilted uselessly toward the ground. The next I was lower, closer to the earth, my knees bent, my weight sinking into something soft and cool. Moss, I thought distantly. It cradled me in a way dirt never had, springy and damp, like it was made for this exact purpose. The silence deepened once I stopped moving. It wasn't just an absence of sound anymore. It felt structured, layered, like a wall built around the clearing. Even my breathing seemed quieter. Each inhale and exhale smoothed down, until it barely disturbed the air. I took off my headlamp and let it hang around my neck, the light spilling weakly across my boots and the ground beyond. The darkness closed in immediately, thick and patient. I should have felt alarmed then. Sitting down in the woods at night isn't something you do casually. Every survival instinct I'd ever learned should have been screaming at me to stand back up, shoulder my pack, turn around. Instead, the idea of standing felt unnecessary, excessive, like waking up in the middle of a good dream, just to check the time. The pressure in my ears increased slightly, a gentle squeeze that made me swallow. When I did, my mouth tasted like damp leaves and metal. I told myself it was just the cold, just altitude. Rational explanations floated up, lined up neatly, and then drifted away before I could grab onto them. I leaned back onto my hands and tipped my head up. The slice of sky above the clearing looked impossibly far away, the stars sharp and indifferent. No clouds. No moon. Just points of light that felt less like guidance and more like reminders of how small this space was. How contained. The forest smelled stronger here. Earth and rot and something faintly sweet, like overripe fruit. It filled my lungs and stayed there, clinging. Each breath made me feel heavier, more settled, as if gravity worked differently in this spot. I shifted my weight and felt the moss compress, then slowly rebound when I stilled again. It was comforting, the way a mattress remembers you for a moment after you get up. I checked my watch out of habit. The screen glowed briefly before dimming, the numbers harder to focus on than they should have been. Time meant less now. I couldn't have said how long I'd been sitting there, only that it felt right. Like I was finally doing what I'd been meant to do all along. The thought startled me enough to make me frown. Meant to do. That wasn't how I usually thought about things. I was practical. I planned. I didn't believe in vague pulls or destinies. I rubbed my face with both hands, feeling the roughness of my gloves against my cheeks, grounding myself in the sensation. When I lowered my hands, I noticed how quiet my thoughts had become. There was no running commentary anymore, no internal checklist. Just impressions. The coolness seeping through my pants, the faint hum in my ears, the steady, reassuring pressure of the forest around me, like arms folded gently but firmly. I heard something then. Not a sound exactly. More like a shift in the silence, a subtle change in density. My head snapped up, my muscles tensing automatically despite the fog in my mind. I held my breath and listened. Nothing followed. No footsteps. No branches snapping. The silence smoothed itself back into place, unbroken. I exhaled slowly, embarrassed at my own reaction. The forest didn't feel threatening. If anything, it felt attentive, like it had noticed me noticing it. I picked up my water bottle again and took another sip. The water was colder now, the metal biting against my lips. I swallowed and felt it settle heavily in my stomach. I thought about eating something, then dismissed the idea. Hunger felt abstract, a concept rather than a sensation. Everything unnecessary seemed to be falling away. My pack sat where I'd dropped it, dark and bulky against the moss. For a moment I couldn't remember why I'd brought it. The weight, the straps, the zippers, it all seemed excessive. I nudged it with my boot and felt a flicker of irritation, like it was intruding on something quiet and important. The clearing felt different when I shifted my attention back to it. Smaller, more enclosed. The trees at its edge leaned inward, their branches overlapping just enough to block out any sense of depth. Beyond them, the forest was a solid mass, impenetrable and uninterested. I realized, with a distant sort of curiosity, that I could no longer see the trail at all. That should have mattered. I knew that, somewhere. The knowledge hovered at the edge of my thoughts, tapping insistently, but I didn't turn toward it. The idea of standing up and searching for the path felt like waking someone who'd finally fallen asleep. Disruptive. The pressure in my ears eased slightly, replaced by a warmth that spread through my chest and down my arms. My fingers tingled inside my gloves. I flexed them and felt how slow the movement was, how deliberate. Each action seemed to take more effort to initiate, like I was moving through water now. I lay back without fully deciding to. The moss cradled my shoulders and head, cool against the back of my neck. I stared up at the stars again, my headlamp swinging uselessly at my chest, its light now pointed nowhere at all. The sky seemed farther away from this angle, the clearing deeper, like I'd sunk into it. The forest didn't make a sound as I settled. No protest, no acknowledgement. Just that same dense quiet wrapping itself around me. I closed my eyes for a second, then opened them again, testing myself. The stars were still there. The trees still leaned inward. Everything was exactly where it should be. A thought surfaced then. Clear and calm, I could rest here. Just for a while, no harm in that. People rested in the woods all the time. Campsites, clearings. The only difference was intention, and my intention felt simple now. Honest. My breathing slowed to match the rhythm of something deeper, something steady beneath me. The ground seemed to pulse faintly, not in a way I could hear or see, but in a way I could feel, like a heartbeat through layers of soil and stone. It wasn't alarming. It was reassuring. Proof that this place was alive, and that I was part of it, at least for now. I wondered briefly what time it was. Whether my sister had checked her phone yet. Whether anyone would notice if I was late. The thoughts drifted by without urgency, like leaves on slow water. There would be time for all of that later. Time felt abundant here, stretched and pliable. I rolled onto my side, curling slightly, my pack a dark shape just out of reach. The smell of earth was stronger now, filling my nose and mouth, grounding me. My eyelids felt heavy, not in a desperate way, but in a satisfied one, like the end of a long day that had finally resolved itself. As I lay there, the last clear thought I had was a simple one, delivered without fear or resistance. I didn't struggle because there was nothing to struggle against. The forest wasn't pulling me. It was holding me. I woke to the sensation of being colder, not suddenly, but in layers, like the warmth had been carefully peeled away, while I slept. My eyes opened on their own, slow and heavy, the stars above blurred at first and then sharpening into focus. They looked unchanged, distant, unconcerned. For a moment, I didn't know where I was. The clearing felt unfamiliar from this angle, the trees closer than I remembered, their trunks rising like dark pillars around me. The moss beneath me was damp now, soaking through my clothes, the chill seeping into my back and shoulders. I drew in a breath and felt how shallow it was, how little air I seemed to need. The tiredness was still there, but it had shifted. It wasn't warm anymore. It was dense, pressing. Every limb felt heavier than before, as if the ground had increased its hold on me while I slept. I tried to sit up and managed only halfway, propping myself on one elbow before stopping, the effort suddenly unreasonable. My watch glowed faintly when I lifted my wrist, the numbers swimming for a second before settling. Hours had passed. I couldn't tell how many, only that the night had deepened, the cold more deliberate now. A thin film of moisture coated my jacket, my gloves, my hair. The forest smelled sharper, more mineral, like stone after rain. I listened, expecting something to have changed. Wind maybe. Water. Anything. The silence was complete. It felt closer now, packed tight against my ears, like a hood pulled low. Even my heartbeat sounded muted, distant as if it belonged to someone else. I thought, clearly this time, that I needed to get up. The thought didn't carry panic with it, just practicality. Cold leads to mistakes. Lying still makes it worse. I planted my palm against the moss and pushed. My arm trembled, the muscles responding sluggishly. But I rose into a seated position, my head spinning briefly before settling again. The clearing looked smaller than it had before. The trees at its edge were closer, their branches overlapping overhead, narrowing the slice of sky to a thin, uneven shape. The stars were still there, but fewer of them now, as if the canopy had inched upward while I slept. My pack lay where I'd left it. Seeing it triggered a strange mix of irritation and relief. I reached for it, my fingers brushing the fabric, and felt a sudden resistance. Not from the pack, but from myself. The straps looked complicated, the buckles unnecessary. The idea of lifting it onto my shoulders felt exhausting in a way that had nothing to do with weight. I rested my hand on it anyway, grounding myself in the texture of nylon and webbing. Real things, human things. I focused on that, on the faint smell of plastic and dust, and forced myself to breathe a little deeper. "Get up," I said out loud. The sound of my voice startled me. It felt out of place, too solid for the quiet that surrounded it. The forest absorbed it instantly, leaving no echo behind. I got one knee under me, then the other. My movements slow and deliberate. Standing took longer than it should have. When I finally straightened, a wave of dizziness washed through me, my vision narrowing at the edges. I stood very still until it passed, the ground steadying beneath my boots like it was reassuring me I didn't have to rush. That was the problem. Nothing here felt urgent. I turned in a slow circle, sweeping my gaze across the trees, searching for the trail. The headlamp at my chest flickered weakly. When I tapped it, the beam dim and uneven, barely reaching the trunks nearest the clearing. Beyond that, the forest was a solid wall of dark. I couldn't see the path. Not a hint of it. No packed dirt. No markers catching the light. Just moss and roots and shadow, all blending together into a single, continuous surface. The clearing itself seemed less defined, its edges blurred, like it was in the process of being erased. My chest tightened then, a small flare of something sharp enough to cut through the fog. Concern, maybe. I took a step toward where I thought the trail should be, and stopped short. The ground there dipped unexpectedly, soft and yielding, my boot sinking deeper than I expected. I pulled it back and felt the effort it took, like lifting my foot out of thick mud. The forest didn't feel hostile. It felt persuasive. I stood there, breathing slowly, listening to the silence press in around me, and felt that familiar pressure return behind my eyes. Not pain, just weight. The simple logic that had guided me earlier slid back into place, smoothing over the rough edge of fear. Wandering round in the dark would only make things worse. Rest first. Warmth. Then decisions. I realized, distantly, that I was shivering. Not violently. Just enough to be noticeable. A steady tremor running through my arms and legs. I hugged myself briefly, then let my hands fall, the movement already feeling unnecessary. The cold wasn't uncomfortable. It was clarifying, sharpening the world down to simple sensations. I lowered myself back to the ground, this time with intention. The moss accepted me immediately. Its dampness seeping in, its give familiar now. Lying there felt right in a way standing never had. The clearing closed in another inch. The trees leaning just slightly closer, their branches knitting together overhead. I thought about rescue then. About search and rescue teams, moving through the forest with lights and radios and dogs. I pictured them methodical and calm, calling my name into the dark. The image felt distant, like a story someone had told me once. It didn't stir hope or fear, just mild curiosity. They would look for signs, I thought. Broken branches, scuffed earth, evidence of a struggle. I glanced down at myself, at the undisturbed moss, the way my body fit into it, like it had always belonged there. There was nothing violent about this place, nothing chaotic. Everything was orderly, intentional. My breathing slowed again, matching that deep, subtle rhythm beneath me. The pulse I'd felt earlier was clearer now, not stronger, just easier to notice. The ground felt alive in a way that wasn't dramatic or alarming, more like a reminder. This forest had been here long before trails and maps and watches. It knew how to wait. I closed my eyes and opened them again, checking myself. The clearing was darker now, the stars dimmer, the sky narrowing further as the branches overhead pressed together. The edges of my vision softened, the world losing its sharpness. It didn't frighten me. It felt like a natural progression, like dusk giving way to night. I thought, briefly, that I should fight this, that letting go was dangerous. The thought surfaced cleanly, fully formed, and then dissolved, leaving no residue behind. There was no anger in the forest, no force to push against. Fighting would have been like arguing with gravity. The last thing I noticed was how comfortable the silence had become. It wasn't empty anymore. It was full, dense with the presence of trees and soil and stone, all of it pressing in gently, insistently. Holding. When search and rescue said, there were no signs of struggle, they were right. I didn't thrash or run or tear at the ground. I didn't panic or scream or claw my way free. I listened to the promise of rest and accepted it. The forest didn't need to take me. I walked willingly into stillness and let myself disappear. My name is Ryan Mercer, and I didn't think it was possible to feel tired in a way that had nothing to do with muscles or sleep. The kind of tired that settles behind your eyes and presses down until standing upright feels unnecessary. I felt that tired before the sun went down, standing at the trailhead with a pack that suddenly seemed heavier than it had any right to be. Breathing in air that smelled like wet leaves and cold stone. The sign at the entrance was sun, faded and practical. No warnings beyond the usual. Stay on marked trails. Weather changes quickly. Let someone know where you're going. I'd done all of that. I texted my sister a photo of the map, circled my loop in red, and told her I'd be back before midnight. I remember her typing back a joke about me finally learning how to relax. I laughed at it then. The forest looked calm, almost welcoming, the way it does right before evening. Long shadows, soft light, birds settling down for the night. I started walking just after 6. The trail was firm and familiar under my boots, packed dirt with a scatter of pine needles that muffled my steps. I liked that sound, the quiet crunch that made me feel like I belonged there. I told myself this was what rest felt like. A deliberate pace, measured breathing, the world narrowing to the space a few feet in front of me. As the light thinned, the colors changed. Greens dulled into gray. Browns deepened. The air cooled enough that I zipped my jacket and felt that small, satisfying warmth settle across my chest. Somewhere to my left, water moved over rocks, a steady sound that anchored me. I checked my watch out of habit. Still plenty of time. The night hadn't really started yet. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not all at once. It crept in, the way fog does, erasing details you didn't realize you were using to navigate. Birds stopped calling. Insects went quiet. Even the water seemed farther away, like it had retreated downhill without me noticing. My own footsteps sounded too loud, then oddly soft, like the ground was absorbing them. I stopped and stood there, listening. The forest didn't answer. There was no snap of branches, no rustle of small animals, no distant wind. Just my breathing, a little faster than before. I told myself this was normal. Animals go still when night settles in. Quiet isn't danger. Quiet is just quiet. I kept moving. The trail narrowed as it climbed, the trees pressing closer together. Their trunks were dark and straight, rising out of the ground like supports holding up the sky. The canopy overhead thickened, swallowing the last of the light. I switched on my headlamp, the beam cutting a clean circle through the dark. Dust motes drifted through it, slow and deliberate, like they were suspended in something heavier than air. That's when the tiredness deepened. It wasn't sudden. It spread through me like warmth, loosening my shoulders, softening the tight knot I hadn't realized was there. My steps slowed without me deciding to slow them. The idea of sitting down, just for a minute, seemed not only reasonable but necessary. I shook my head, hard enough to make the beam wobble, and told myself I was just hungry, just dehydrated. normal things. I took a drink from my bottle. The water tasted flat, almost metallic. I swallowed it anyway and kept walking. The forest smelled different as the night settled in. Damp earth, crushed leaves, a faint sharpness like sap or ozone. Each breath felt thicker than the last, like I was pulling the air through something dense. My chest tightened, not in panic, but in a way that made me aware of my heartbeat, slow and heavy. I checked the trail markers more often than I needed to. Reflective paint caught my headlamp and flashed back at me, small assurances that I was still where I was supposed to be. Still on the path. Still moving forward. The path curved, then dipped, then leveled out again. Time felt slippery. I couldn't tell how long I'd been walking. Only that the idea of stopping grew more appealing with every step. My legs didn't ache. They felt light, almost disconnected, like they were carrying me without much input. I started to think about sleep. Not in a practical way. Not about finding a campsite or setting up my tent. Just the concept of lying down, letting go. The forest seemed to lean in when I thought about it. The trees crowding closer, their outlines softening at the edges. The ground looked smoother here, less cluttered with roots and rocks. Inviting. I slowed to a stop again, and rested my hands on my knees. My breath fogged in front of me, white and fleeting. I listened. Still nothing. The silence pressed in, a physical thing that filled my ears and settled behind my eyes. It felt like the forest was holding its breath with me. I told myself to turn around. The words formed clearly in my head. Turn around. Go back while you still know the way. I even took a step in that direction, my headlamp swinging to illuminate the trail behind me. It looked different. Not wrong, exactly. Just unfamiliar. The curve I remembered wasn't there. The markers seemed farther apart, their reflective flashes dimmer. The trees leaned at slightly different angles, their trunks closer together. The idea of retracing my steps felt exhausting, like trying to swim upstream in a slow, relentless current. I stood there for a long moment, caught between two directions that both felt equally distant. Forward, the trail continued into darkness, smooth and quiet. Backward. It seemed to recede, the path narrowing into something tight and unwelcoming. The tiredness pulsed again, stronger this time. It wasn't just in my body now. It was in my thoughts, smoothing them down, making everything simple. You don't have to decide anything, it seemed to say. Just keep going. Just rest. I laughed softly at myself, the sound strange and loud in the silence. Get it together, I muttered and turned forward again. The forest didn't react, but I had the distinct impression that something had shifted, like a weight settling into place. As I walked, the ground softened under my boots. The packed dirt gave way to something springier, moss maybe, or deep leaf litter. My steps made almost no sound now. The headlamp beam seemed dimmer, the circle of light shrinking no matter how I adjusted it. Beyond its edge, the darkness felt close enough to touch. I became aware of a pressure, subtle but persistent, like being underwater just enough to feel it in your ears. It wasn't painful. It was comforting in a way, enclosing, protective. My thoughts slowed to match my pace, each one drifting by and dissolving before it could fully form. I thought about how long it had been since I'd rested. Really rested. How the forest didn't ask anything of me. It didn't need explanations or plans. It didn't care if I was tired or strong or prepared. It just was. And in that being, there was a promise. Not spoken, not heard, but felt. A promise of stillness, of relief. I didn't notice when the trail began to fade, only that at some point I was walking without it, my feet finding their own way over ground that felt smooth and forgiving. The trees opened into a small clearing, barely large enough to notice, the canopy thinning just enough to reveal a slice of sky. Stars pricked through the darkness, cold and distant. I stopped there, my breath slow, my body heavy with a pleasant, bone-deep fatigue. The forest seemed to exhale around me, the silence deepening into something complete. For the first time all night, I felt like I had arrived somewhere. I set my pack down without thinking about it, and stood very still, listening to nothing at all, and let the idea of rest settle fully into me. I woke to the sensation of being colder, not suddenly, but in layers, like the warmth had been carefully peeled away while I slept. My eyes opened on their own, slow and heavy. The stars above blurred at first and then sharpening into focus. They looked unchanged, distant, unconcerned. For a moment, I didn't know where I was. The clearing felt unfamiliar from this angle, the trees closer than I remembered, their trunks rising like dark pillars around me. The moss beneath me was damp now, soaking through my clothes, the chill seeping into my back and shoulders. I drew in a breath and felt how shallow it was, how little air I seemed to need. The tiredness was still there, but it had shifted. It wasn't warm anymore. It was dense, pressing. Every limb felt heavier than before, as if the ground had increased its hold on me while I slept. I tried to sit up and managed only halfway, propping myself on one elbow before stopping, the effort suddenly unreasonable. My watch glowed faintly when I lifted my wrist, the numbers swimming for a second before settling. Hours had passed. I couldn't tell how many, only that the night had deepened, the cold more deliberate now. A thin film of moisture coated my jacket, my gloves, my hair. The forest smelled sharper, more mineral, like stone after rain. I listened, expecting something to have changed. Wind, maybe. Water. Anything. The silence was complete. It felt closer now, packed tight against my ears like a hood pulled low. Even my heartbeat sounded muted, distant, as if it belonged to someone else. I thought, clearly this time, that I needed to get up. The thought didn't carry panic with it. Just practicality. Cold leads to mistakes. Lying still makes it worse. I planted my palm against the moss and pushed. My arm trembled, the muscles responding sluggishly. But I rose into a seated position, my head spinning briefly before settling again. The clearing looked smaller than it had before. The trees at its edge were closer, their branches overlapping overhead, narrowing the slice of sky to a thin, uneven shape. The stars were still there, but fewer of them now, as if the canopy had inched upward while I slept. My pack lay where I'd left it. Seeing it triggered a strange mix of irritation and relief. I reached for it, my fingers brushing the fabric, and felt a sudden resistance, not from the pack but from myself. The straps looked complicated, the buckles unnecessary. The idea of lifting it onto my shoulders felt exhausting in a way that had nothing to do with weight. I rested my hand on it anyway, grounding myself in the texture of nylon and webbing. Real things, human things. I focused on that, on the faint smell of plastic and dust, and forced myself to breathe a little deeper. "Get up," I said out loud. The sound of my voice startled me. It felt out of place, too solid for the quiet that surrounded it. The forest absorbed it instantly, leaving no echo behind. I got one knee under me, then the other, my movements slow and deliberate. Standing took longer than it should have. When I finally straightened, a wave of dizziness washed through me, my vision narrowing at the edges. I stood very still until it passed, the ground steadying beneath my boots like it was reassuring me I didn't have to rush. That was the problem. Nothing here felt urgent. I turned in a slow circle, sweeping my gaze across the trees, searching for the trail. The headlamp at my chest flickered weakly when I tapped it, the beam dim and uneven, barely reaching the trunks nearest the clearing. Beyond that, the forest was a solid wall of dark. I couldn't see the path. Not a hint of it, no packed dirt. No markers catching the light. Just moss and roots and shadow, all blending together into a single, continuous surface. The clearing itself seemed less defined, its edges blurred, like it was in the process of being erased. My chest tightened then, a small flare of something sharp enough to cut through the fog. Concern, maybe. I took a step toward where I thought the trail should be and stopped short. The ground there dipped unexpectedly, soft and yielding, my boot sinking deeper than I expected. I pulled it back and felt the effort it took, like lifting my foot out of thick mud. The forest didn't feel hostile. It felt persuasive. I stood there, breathing slowly, listening to the silence press in around me, and felt that familiar pressure return behind my eyes. Not pain, just weight. The simple logic that had guided me earlier slid back into place, smoothing over the rough edge of fear. Wandering around in the dark would only make things worse. Rest first. Warmth, then decisions. I realized, distantly, that I was shivering. Not violently, just enough to be noticeable, a steady tremor running through my arms and legs. I hugged myself briefly, then let my hands fall, the movement already feeling unnecessary. The cold wasn't uncomfortable. It was clarifying, sharpening the world down to simple sensations. I lowered myself back to the ground, this time with intention. The moss accepted me immediately. Its dampness seeping in, its give familiar now. Lying there felt right in a way standing never had. The clearing closed in another inch, the trees leaning just slightly closer, their branches knitting together overhead. I thought about rescue then. About search and rescue teams moving through the forest with lights and radios and dogs. I pictured them methodical and calm, calling my name into the dark. The image felt distant, like a story someone had told me once. It didn't stir hope or fear, just mild curiosity. They would look for signs, I thought. Broken branches, scuffed earth, evidence of a struggle. I glanced down at myself, at the undisturbed moss, the way my body fit into it like it had always belonged there. There was nothing violent about this place, nothing chaotic. Everything was orderly, intentional. My breathing slowed again, matching that deep, subtle rhythm beneath me. The pulse I'd felt earlier was clearer now, not stronger, just easier to notice. The ground felt alive in a way that wasn't dramatic or alarming, more like a reminder. This forest had been here, long before trails and maps and watches. It knew how to wait. I closed my eyes and opened them again, checking myself. The clearing was darker now, the stars dimmer, the sky narrowing further as the branches overhead pressed together. The edges of my vision softened, the world losing its sharpness. It didn't frighten me. It felt like a natural progression, like dusk giving way to night. I thought, briefly, that I should fight this. That letting go was dangerous. The thought surfaced cleanly, fully formed, and then dissolved, leaving no residue behind. There was no anger in the forest, no force to push against. Fighting would have been like arguing with gravity. The last thing I noticed was how comfortable the silence had become. It wasn't empty anymore. It was full, dense with the presence of trees and soil and stone, all of it pressing in gently, insistently. Holding. When search and rescue said there were no signs of struggle, they were right. I didn't thrash or run or tear at the ground. I didn't panic or scream or claw my way free. I listened to the promise of rest and accepted it. The forest didn't need to take me. I walked willingly into stillness and let myself disappear. I woke to the sensation of being colder, not suddenly, but in layers, like warmth being removed one careful sheet at a time. My eyes opened without urgency. The stars above were blurred at first, then sharpened. Distant and exact, they looked unchanged, indifferent. For a moment I couldn't place myself. The clearing felt wrong from this angle. Smaller than before, the trees closer, their trunks rising like dark supports around me. The moss beneath my back was wet now, the cold seeping through fabric and into muscle and bone. I drew in a breath and noticed how shallow it was, how little air I seemed to need. The tiredness hadn't left. It had settled. It pressed down gently but firmly, as if the ground itself had increased its hold while I slept. I tried to sit up and stopped halfway, propped on one elbow. The effort suddenly excessive. There was no pain. Just a clear sense that this wasn't necessary yet. My watch glowed faintly when I lifted my wrist. The numbers swam before settling. Hours had passed. How many didn't seem important. The night had thickened, the cold more deliberate now, like a condition rather than a moment. Moisture coated my jacket and gloves. The forest smelled sharper, more mineral, like stone after rain. I listened. I don't know what I expected to hear. Wind water. A distant animal. There was nothing. The silence felt closer than before, packed tight against my ears, like a hood pulled low. Even my heartbeat sounded muted, distant, like it belonged to someone else. I thought, clearly, that I needed to get up. The thought didn't bring panic. It was practical. Cold leads to mistakes. Staying still makes it worse. I planted my palm against the moss and pushed. My arm trembled, muscles responding slowly, but I managed to sit upright. My head spun briefly, then steadied. The ground felt solid beneath me, reassuring in its steadiness. The clearing looked smaller. The trees at its edge leaned inward. Branches overlapping overhead, narrowing the slice of sky to a thin, uneven shape. Fewer stars were visible now, as if the canopy had crept closer while I slept. My pack lay where I'd left it. Seeing it brought a flicker of irritation followed by relief. I reached for it, my fingers brushing the fabric, and felt a strange resistance. Not from the pack, but from myself. The straps looked complicated. The buckles unnecessary. The idea of lifting it onto my shoulders felt exhausting in a way that had nothing to do with weight. I rested my hand there anyway, focusing on the texture of nylon and webbing. Real things. Familiar things. I forced myself to breathe deeper, the cold air biting a little more sharply this time. "Get up," I said. The sound of my voice startled me. It felt too solid for the quiet around me. The forest absorbed it immediately, leaving no echo. I got one knee under me, then the other. Standing took longer than it should have. When I finally straightened, dizziness washed through me, my vision narrowing at the edges. I stayed still until it passed. The ground felt steady, almost encouraging, like there was no need to rush. That was the problem. Nothing here felt urgent. I turned slowly, searching for the trail. The headlamp at my chest flickered when I tapped it, the beam weak and uneven, barely reaching the nearest trunks. Beyond that was only darkness. No packed dirt, no markers, just moss roots, and shadow blending into one continuous surface. The clearing itself seemed less defined, its edges blurred, like it was already being forgotten. Concern surfaced then, sharp enough to cut through the fog. I took a step toward where the trail should have been and stopped. The ground dipped unexpectedly, soft and yielding, my boot sinking deeper than it should have. I pulled it free with effort, the sensation like lifting my foot from thick mud. The forest didn't feel hostile. It felt persuasive. I stood there, breathing slowly, the pressure returning behind my eyes. Not pain weight. The simple logic from earlier slid back into place, smoothing the edge of fear. Wandering in the dark would only make things worse. Rest first. Warmth. Decisions later. I realized I was shivering, not violently, just enough to notice. A steady tremor in my arms and legs. I hugged myself briefly, then let my hands fall. The movement already felt unnecessary. The cold wasn't uncomfortable. It was clarifying. I lowered myself back to the ground, this time deliberately. The moss accepted me immediately. Its dampness familiar now. Lying there felt right in a way standing never had. The trees leaned closer, branches knitting together overhead, dimming the sky another degree. I thought about search and rescue then. About lights cutting through the dark. Radios crackling. Dogs pulling at their handlers, uneasy at the edge of this place. The image felt distant, like a story I'd heard once. It didn't bring fear or hope, just mild curiosity. They would look for signs, I thought. Broken branches, disturbed earth, evidence of a struggle. I glanced at the undisturbed moss around me, at the way my body fit into it, as if it had always belonged there. There was nothing violent about this place, nothing chaotic. Everything felt orderly, intentional. My breathing slowed again, matching that deep rhythm beneath me. The pulse I'd felt earlier was clearer now. Not stronger, just easier to notice. The ground felt alive in a quiet, patient way. This forest had existed long before trails and maps. It knew how to wait. I closed my eyes and opened them again. The clearing was darker now, the stars dimmer, the sky narrowing as branches pressed closer. The edges of my vision softened. It didn't frighten me. It felt like dusk completing its work. A thought surfaced, clean and brief. I should fight this. Letting go is dangerous. It dissolved almost immediately, leaving nothing behind. There was no force to push against. Fighting would have been like arguing with gravity. The silence felt complete now. Not empty. Full. Dense with trees and soil and stone. All of it pressing in gently, insistently. Holding. When search and rescue said there were no signs of struggle, they were right. I didn't run. I didn't panic. I didn't tear at the ground or scream into the dark. I listened to the promise of rest and accepted it. The forest didn't need to take me. I walked willingly into stillness and let myself disappear. My name is Nathan Brooks, and the first thing I noticed was how quiet everything became the moment I stepped past the trail marker. It wasn't sudden, not the way silence usually hits when a sound cuts out. This felt deliberate. Like something easing a door closed behind me and taking its time to make sure the latch caught. The marker itself stood crooked at the edge of the path, half swallowed by pine needles and moss. Someone, a long time ago, had carved symbols into the wood. Not letters, not numbers. Shallow lines arranged in patterns that didn't suggest direction so much as intention. I remember running my fingers over them and thinking they looked worn smooth by hands, not weather. I'd told myself I was just out late. That dusk had slipped into night faster than expected. It happens in the mountains. The light thins, the air cools, and suddenly the forest rearranges itself into something unfamiliar. I had a headlamp, a full pack, and a trail I'd hiked twice before. There was no reason to feel uneasy. Still, the feeling arrived all the same. It settled in my chest first. Not fear exactly. Pressure. Like a change in altitude you notice before your ears pop. The smell of the woods sharpened. Resin and damp soil thick in my nose. My footsteps sounded wrong, too loud, each crunch of gravel stretching out longer than it should have. When I stopped walking, the sound didn't echo. It just ended, cleanly, as if the forest had been waiting for the chance. I checked my watch. Just after 9. Full dark. But the moon was up somewhere behind the canopy, washing the trail in a dim, bluish haze. Shadows stacked on top of each other between the trees, overlapping until depth became hard to judge. 10 feet or 50, it all blended together. I kept going because stopping felt worse. The trail narrowed gradually. Not enough to alarm me, but enough that my shoulders brushed low branches. I didn't remember being there before. I told myself the path must have shifted slightly after a season of runoff. Erosion does that. Trails move. They breathe. That explanation should have been enough. Every few minutes, I caught the sensation of being observed. Not watched in the cinematic sense. No eyes burning into my back. It was subtler. Like when you're alone in a room and realize someone else has entered without making a sound. Your body notices before your thoughts do. My skin prickled along my arms, and I felt an urge to keep my head facing forward. To not acknowledge whatever had joined me. The forest wasn't silent. I want to be clear about that. There were sounds. Leaves shifting. A distant creak somewhere downslope. Insects ticking away in uneven rhythms. What was missing were the bigger noises. No wind in the canopy. No bird calls. No animal movement close by. It felt staged, like background audio laid under an empty scene. I passed another marker about 20 minutes in. This one was newer, a standard metal sign bolted to a post. Trail name, mileage. An arrow pointing forward. Someone had scratched over it with a rock or a knife, deep gouges crossing the information until it was unreadable. The scratches were fresh enough that the metal still shone at the edges. I stood there longer than I meant to, listening to my own breathing, aware of how loud it sounded in my ears. That was when I realized the pressure had increased. It wasn't physical, not exactly. More like the space around me had tightened. The air felt heavier, harder to pull into my lungs. I shifted my pack straps, assuming fatigue was catching up with me, and took a slow breath through my nose. Pine. Cold earth. Something faintly sour underneath it. Like old water trapped in rotting wood. I started rocking again, faster this time. My headlamp beam caught movement off the trail. Just a flicker of light against bark. I stopped instantly, heart kicking hard enough to make me dizzy. I waited for the follow-up sound. A hoof. A branch snapping. Anything. Nothing came. When I swept the beam back and forth, all I saw were trees, packed tight, their trunks rising straight and pale, like a row of pillars. I laughed once, short and sharp, more out of reflex than humor. The sound felt wrong the moment it left my mouth. Too loud. Too human. It vanished without reply. Another smell drifted in then. Metallic. Faint, but unmistakable. Like old pennies. Blood maybe, but not fresh. I told myself it could be minerals from the creek, carried uphill on a trick of air. That explanation didn't hold, but I clung to it anyway. The trail dipped and curved, leading me into a shallow hollow, where the moonlight thinned even further. The temperature dropped noticeably, my breath fogging in front of me. I checked my map. According to it, I should have been approaching a junction. A wide split with a signboard and a cleared area for resting. Instead, the path funneled tighter, the ground underfoot softening into a carpet of needles that swallowed the sound of my steps. That was when the fear finally named itself. It wasn't about being lost. It wasn't about animals or injury or the long walk back to the car. It was the certainty that whatever had noticed me, back at the carved marker, had not moved since. It didn't need to. I was the one advancing, step by step, deeper into its attention. My headlamp flickered once. I froze, thumb hovering over the switch, pulse hammering in my throat. The light steadied again, but the damage was done. In that brief dimming, the darkness ahead of me had seemed to lean closer, compressing, as if eager to fill the gap. I considered turning around. The thought brought a spike of relief so sharp it almost hurt. Then another realization followed, quiet and unwelcome. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen the trail behind me. I stood there longer than I should have, trying to recall something simple and recent, like the last bend I'd passed or the shape of a rock I could recognize if I turned around. The harder I tried, the less distinct it became, as if the memory were being smudged even as I reached for it. I told myself that was nerves. Stress does strange things to recall. You focus too hard and lose the edges. I turned anyway. The trail behind me existed, but not in the way I expected. My headlamp showed a narrow strip of ground, needles pressed flat, stones set just far enough apart to suggest footsteps. Beyond that, the darkness thickened quickly. The trees stood closer together than they had before, their trunks crowding the path until it felt less like an opening and more like a suggestion. The carved marker was gone. So was the metal sign. There was no indication I'd crossed anything at all. A low sound drifted through the hollow. Not a voice. Not wind. It reminded me of fabric shifting. A soft, continuous rasp that rose and fell without rhythm. I held my breath, and the sound continued, indifferent to me. When I exhaled, it seemed to pause for half a second longer than it should have, then resumed. I told myself to keep moving. The ground sloped downward more steeply now, forcing me to shorten my stride. My calves burned with the effort of braking myself on the descent. Each step carried me into cooler air. Moisture beaded on my jacket sleeves, slick and cold against my wrists. Somewhere below, water moved over stone, not fast enough to be a stream, but steady, persistent. I reached a small clearing that shouldn't have been there. No map showed it. The trees pulled back just enough to expose a circle of bare earth, dark and damp, as if the ground had been turned recently. In the center stood another post. This one was older than the first marker, older even than the carved wood, if the warped grain and deep cracks were any indication. No sign hung from it. Just the post, leaning slightly, planted deep. I didn't approach it at first. I circled the edge of the clearing instead, keeping my distance, scanning the ground for tracks. There were impressions in the soil, but they didn't resolve into anything useful. Too shallow, too soft, like something heavy had passed through without pressing down. The pressure in my chest returned, stronger this time. I felt it behind my eyes, too. a dull ache that made it hard to focus. The longer I stayed still, the worse it got. Movement seemed to ease it, just a little, like stretching a cramped muscle. I took a few cautious steps toward the post. The smell was stronger here, that metallic tang layered with damp rot, and something else I couldn't place. Old smoke, maybe. The kind that clings to clothes long after a fire's gone out. Up close, I saw the symbols. They weren't carved the way the ones on the first marker had been. These were etched, shallow but precise, arranged in vertical lines that wrapped around the post. Some of them repeated. Others varied slightly, like iterations of the same idea. I ran my fingers over one without thinking, then jerked my hand back. The wood was warm, not sun-warmed, not friction-warmed, just warm, like it held heat on its own. The rasping sound returned, closer now. It came from the trees at the far edge of the clearing, where the shadows layered thickest. I lifted my headlamp, sweeping the beam across the trunks. The light caught on uneven bark, on hanging moss, on a low branch that swayed gently though I felt no wind. Then the beam reached a gap. It wasn't an opening, exactly. Just a deeper pocket of darkness between two trees that stood a little farther apart than the rest. The sound seemed to originate there, though it was hard to be sure. Distance felt unreliable, stretched thin like a rubber band pulled too far. I took a step back. The pressure spiked sharply, enough to make me gasp. Spots bloomed in my vision, and for a moment I thought I might pass out. The sensation eased when I stepped forward again, returning to where I'd been. That was when I understood that standing still wasn't neutral. I turned away from the post and moved across the clearing toward the continuation of the trail, or what I hoped was the continuation. The path picked up again on the far side, narrower than before, barely more than a suggestion between roots and low brush. The water sound followed me, always below, always just out of sight. As I walked, the forest seemed to lean inward. Branches hung lower, forcing me to duck and weave. My pack snagged once, then again, until I unclipped it and swung it around front, hugging it to my chest. The straps felt heavier than they had an hour ago, biting into my shoulders. I loosened them slightly, grateful for the small relief. My headlamp flickered a second time. This time it didn't steady immediately. The beam dimmed to a weak glow, then flared back up. In that brief window of reduced light, I sensed movement off to my right. Not fast. Not sudden. A gradual shift like a shadow adjusting its weight. I kept my eyes forward. The path leveled out, then climbed gently. My breathing grew louder in my ears, each inhale rasping, each exhale shaking. I tried to slow it, counting steps, focusing on the simple mechanics of walking. Left foot, right foot, keep going. I found another marker an unknown amount of time later. This one lay on the ground, snapped clean through near its base. The break looked fresh, pale wood exposed, sap still sticky. The symbols carved into it matched the ones on the post in the clearing. I stared at them longer than I meant to, tracing the familiar shapes, feeling a strange sense of recognition tug at me. A realization settled in, slow and heavy. I hadn't seen a single trail blaze, no paint marks, no reflective tags, nothing modern. Everything guiding me forward belonged to something older, something that didn't care whether I recognized it as a trail at all. The water sound grew louder as the path crested a low rise and dipped again. I smelled it before I saw it. Cold, mineral-rich, with that same faint metallic edge. The beam of my headlamp caught on a narrow stream, cutting across the trail, shallow but swift, The stones beneath the surface gleamed slickly. I knelt at the edge, intending to refill my bottle. As soon as I lowered myself, the pressure vanished almost completely. The relief was immediate and profound. Like releasing a held breath I hadn't known I was holding. My shoulders slumped. My jaw unclenched. For a moment I considered staying there, kneeling in the damp earth, listening to the water. Then I noticed the silence behind me. The forest had gone completely still. No insects. No shifting leaves. Even the rasping sound was gone. I straightened slowly, dread pooling low in my gut, and turned my head just enough to look back over my shoulder. The trail behind me had narrowed to nothing. The path didn't end so much as it closed. Where I expected a ribbon of disturbed earth and flattened needles, there was only forest floor, untouched and seamless, sloping gently upward between the trees. My own footprints were gone, not obscured, not filled in. Gone in a way that suggested they'd never existed at all. I felt the urge to step backward, to test whether space still worked the way it was supposed to. But the pressure returned the instant I shifted my weight. It was stronger now, concentrated between my shoulder blades, urging me forward with quiet insistence. I turned fully away from the vanished trail and faced the stream. The water moved steadily, whispering over stone, a sound that felt almost intimate after the layered quiet behind me. Moonlight filtered down just enough to make the surface glimmer. I told myself that water meant orientation. It meant downhill, eventual connection, some larger system that would lead somewhere known. I stepped across. The stones were slick, as I'd expected, and cold enough that it bit through the soles of my boots. Halfway over, my foot slipped. I windmilled my arms, pack shifting, and caught myself hard on the opposite bank. The jolt knocked the breath from my lungs in a sharp, painful burst. For a second, I just crouched there, palms pressed into wet earth, heart hammering. The pressure eased again. It didn't disappear, but it loosened, like a grip relaxing. I stayed crouched longer than necessary, waiting for the ache in my chest to fade. When I finally stood, I realized something else had changed. The forest ahead of me felt open, not bright, not welcoming, just less compressed. The trees were spaced farther apart, their trunks forming longer sight lines. My headlamp beam traveled farther without being swallowed. I took a few careful steps forward, then stopped, waiting for the pressure to spike again. It didn't. Relief washed through me, cautious and incomplete but real. I adjusted my pack, tightened the straps, and continued on, following the gentle slope upward away from the stream. The air smelled cleaner here, less rot, more cold stone. I focused on that, on the steady rhythm of my steps, on the quiet proof that movement was still possible. I don't know how long I walked like that. Time felt elastic, stretched thin, and pulled taut, then released. My watch face glowed when I checked it, but the numbers didn't register. They slid off my attention like water. Eventually, I noticed the ground changing underfoot. The soil thinned, giving way to exposed rock that rose in uneven shelves. The climb steepened, forcing me to use my hands in places. My breath grew ragged again, but this time from exertion, not pressure. Sweat cooled quickly against my skin, leaving me shivering whenever I paused. At the top of the rise, the forest ended abruptly, not thinned. Beyond the last line of trees lay a wide expanse of bare stone, pale and smooth, sloping gently downward into darkness. It reminded me of a dry riverbed or a landslide scar, except there was no debris, no broken branches or displaced earth. just rock polished as if by long use. I stepped out onto it before I fully understood what I was seeing. The pressure vanished completely. The absence of it was so sudden that I staggered, disoriented. My shoulders dropped. My jaw unclenched again. For the first time since crossing the carved marker, my body felt like it belonged to me. I stood there, breathing hard, listening to the rush of blood in my ears. Then I heard something else. A sound carried across the stone, low and resonant, almost too deep to be called noise. It vibrated through the soles of my boots, through my knees, into my chest. Not a hum, not quite a vibration, more like a sustained exhale. I took another step, drawn by equal parts curiosity and the lingering echo of relief. The symbols appeared gradually, etched into the stone so shallowly, they only caught the light at certain angles. They were everywhere, overlapping and repeating, worn smooth by time or touch or something else entirely. I recognized them instantly, the same shapes from the posts and markers, expanded and multiplied until they formed a kind of pattern across the slope. Understanding arrived slowly, not as a thought but as a sensation. This wasn't a boundary. It was a center. The stone sloped down toward a shallow depression, almost a bowl. The sound grew stronger as I approached it, the vibration resolving into a rhythm that matched my breathing without effort. I stopped at the edge and looked down. The bowl wasn't empty. At first, I thought it was shadows, the uneven play of light across stone. Then I realized the shapes had volume. Packs, boots, fabric, human outlines softened by time and weather until they blended with the ground. Everything lay arranged carefully, not scattered, not broken, set down. I recognized a jacket like mine, the same brand, the same faded color. Nearby, a headlamp lay coiled neatly, strap tucked in, lens turned downward. There were no bodies, not really. Just the things people had carried with them, until they hadn't needed to anymore. The sound deepened, and with it came a sensation of release, so profound it nearly brought me to my knees. Every ache in my muscles dulled. The chill retreated. The exhaustion I'd been pushing through finally caught up with me, heavy and seductive. I understood then what the symbols had been doing. They weren't warnings. They weren't directions. They were invitations. The pressure returned, but differently now. Not pushing, guiding. A gentle insistence toward the center of the bowl, toward the smooth stone that waited patiently, warmed by something deeper than sunlight. I set my pack down without remembering the decision. The weight slid off my shoulders, and I sighed, the sound matching the low resonance beneath my feet. I unlaced my boots slowly, carefully, lining them up beside the jacket I recognized. The stone was warm under my socks, soothing in a way that made my eyes sting. Somewhere, far above and impossibly distant, I thought of trailheads and search parties, and maps marked with bright lines. I thought of how people would stand at the edge of places like this and feel nothing at all, unaware of what lay just beyond their notice. I lay down because it felt right. The stone cradled me, the vibrations settling into a steady rhythm that carried my thoughts away one by one. The forest sounds didn't return. They weren't needed here. The night pressed close, not as a threat, but as a long-awaited rest. The last thing I remember was the certainty that by morning, there would be no sign I'd ever been afraid. My name is Isaac Turner, and I didn't realize how narrow the path had become until my shoulders brushed branches on both sides at the same time. It startled me enough to stop walking, the sudden contact breaking the rhythm I'd settled into since sunset. I stood there with my headlamp pointed straight ahead, breathing fog into the beam, listening to the forest reassemble itself around me. I had entered the trail just before dusk, later than I'd planned, but not dangerously so. The route was supposed to be simple. 5 miles in, 5 miles out. A maintained loop, according to the ranger station map. The kind of trail people took with kids and dogs during the day. I'd done it once before, months earlier, without thinking about it at all. That memory felt important now, like something I could hold up against the present moment and use to argue with it. I adjusted my pack straps and took another step forward. The branches flexed and slid against my jacket. Not sharp enough to hurt, just firm. Close. The air smelled wet and old, like leaves that had been pressed into the ground for years. Somewhere to my left, water moved over stone. Somewhere farther back, an owl called once and didn't repeat it. The trail continued. It had to. Trails didn't just end. I walked carefully, placing my boots in what I assume was the center of the path. The dirt underfoot felt uneven, softer than it should have been, as if the ground had been disturbed recently. My light caught pale scratches on tree trunks, notches and scars that could have been trail markers once, or could have been anything at all. When I turned my head, the beam swung across walls of vegetation, so dense it felt like looking at a surface instead of into a space. After a few minutes, I realized the branches weren't just touching my shoulders anymore. They were brushing my arms, my elbows, sliding along my forearms as I moved. I tried to shift sideways to give myself more room and felt bark against my ribs. The path hadn't narrowed evenly. It had folded inward, irregularly, like something that had grown without regard for the space it was supposed to leave open. I stopped again. The silence pressed in, not complete, but heavy. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. The headlamp hummed faintly, a mechanical sound that suddenly felt out of place. I thought about turning around, about retracing my steps back to the wider section I knew I'd walked through not long ago. When I turned, the beam showed the same thing behind me. Branches close enough to touch, overlapping shadows, no clear line of sight more than a few feet back. That didn't make sense. I'd only been on this narrower stretch for minutes. I told myself it was perspective. Darkness does that. Fear does that. I took a slow breath and moved forward again, keeping my pace steady, so I wouldn't start rushing without realizing it. The path dipped slightly, and the smell of damp earth grew stronger. Something cold brushed the back of my neck, and I flinched, swatting at nothing. When I looked up, the canopy overhead seemed lower, the leaves interlocking in a way that blocked out even the suggestion of starlight. The branches pressed closer. I could feel them along my chest. Now light pressure at first, then enough that I had to angle my shoulders to move through. The sound they made wasn't a snap or a crack, but a muted sliding noise, leaves rubbing against fabric, wood flexing but not breaking. It felt wrong in a way I couldn't quite articulate. Plants were supposed to give way when you pushed through them, or resist and force you to stop. This was something in between, like the space itself was adjusting around me. I laughed once, short and sharp, the sound disappearing almost immediately. Okay, I said out loud, because hearing my own voice felt necessary. Okay. The word hung there and then was gone. I tried to step backward and bumped into something solid almost immediately. Not a tree trunk, but a mesh of branches tight enough to hold my weight when I leaned against it. My pack snagged, and when I shifted, something tugged at it from behind. The straps creaked. I reached back, fingers brushing leaves and twigs, and freed it with a quick pull. The movement stirred the air, releasing a smell like crushed greenery and rot. My breathing had sped up without me noticing. I forced myself to slow it down, counting in my head, trying to remember the advice I'd read about staying calm in confined spaces. I told myself I wasn't trapped. I was on a trail. Trails didn't trap people. I turned sideways and edged forward, 1 foot at a time. The pressure increased gradually, like someone leaning closer, but never quite touching hard enough to push you away. My jacket snagged again, and I felt fabric pull tight across my shoulder. I stopped, reached up, and carefully eased it free. The branch didn't spring back when I let go. It stayed where it was, hovering in the space I'd just occupied. The realization made my stomach drop. The path narrowed more. It wasn't a sudden change. There was no moment I could point to and say that's when it happened. But the distance between my chest and my back, between my shoulders, was shrinking. I could feel it in the way my breath brushed leaves when I inhaled, in the way my elbows had nowhere to go. The ground beneath my boots felt firmer now, compacted, as if it had been pressed repeatedly. I tilted my head down to see my feet, and saw that the beam barely reached the ground anymore. It was blocked by a tangle of branches, crossing in front of me at chest height. I pushed at them with my hands, expecting resistance, and instead felt them shift, sliding together, closing the small gap I'd made almost immediately. My heart was pounding hard enough that it felt like it might be audible outside my body. I tried to turn around again and couldn't complete the motion. My shoulders caught, then my hips. The space behind me was there, technically, but it was no longer shaped like a path. It was a funnel, narrowing in the opposite direction, mirroring the one in front of me. I was standing in the middle of it, pressed on all sides, the forest close enough that I could feel its temperature. Cooler than my skin, damp. I stood very still. When I stopped moving, the pressure didn't ease, but it didn't increase either. The branches rested against me, not digging in, just present, waiting. Somewhere deeper in the woods, something shifted its weight. A soft sound that might have been an animal, or might have been a branch settling. The smell of water returned, stronger now, and with it the faint sound of movement over stone. I angled my headlamp upward, hoping to find an opening, a break in the canopy. Anything that suggested space beyond this narrow corridor. The light showed only layers. Leaves in front of leaves, branches crossing branches. No sky at all. I thought about taking off my pack. The idea surfaced unbidden, bringing with it a sense of relief so immediate it scared me. Less boke. Less to snag. I reached back, fingers finding the buckle, and paused with it half pressed, suddenly aware of how quiet everything had become again, how even my breathing seemed too loud in the narrow dark. I stayed like that, suspended between movements, while the forest held its shape around me, close enough that there was no room left for doubt, only the slow, creeping understanding that whatever this path had been before, it was something else now, and it was not opening back up on its own. I released the buckle slowly, then stopped, my fingers still resting on the plastic. The relief I'd imagined didn't fade. It deepened, settling somewhere behind my eyes, like the moment just before sleep. when you finally give up trying to stay awake. That scared me more than the narrowing path. Wanting to make myself smaller felt natural in a way it shouldn't have. I took my hand away from the strap and let it fall to my side. The branches didn't react. They stayed pressed lightly against my chest and back, cool through the fabric of my jacket. I swallowed and focused on details, on anything concrete. The hum of the headlamp, the faint trickle of water somewhere downslope, the smell of damp leaves and soil, sharper now, as if the air itself had been squeezed. I tried to shift my weight forward again. The space allowed it, barely. The branches slid along my shoulders and ribs, adjusting with me, always maintaining the same narrow tolerance. It reminded me of moving through a crowd where everyone is just a little too close, except this crowd was silent and patient and didn't breathe. My boots scraped softly as I advanced another step. The ground dipped again, and the angle forced me to lean forward. Leaves brushed my face. One caught briefly at my eyelashes, close enough that I could feel its shape before it slid away. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, and then opened them, forcing myself to keep the light steady. The path wasn't straight anymore. It curved subtly, first to the left, then back to the right. Never enough to be obvious, but enough that I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. The sense of enclosure increased with each step, not because the branches pressed harder, but because there was nowhere for my attention to go beyond them. No horizon. No distance. I stopped again, chest tight, and listened. The forest wasn't silent. It was quieter than it should have been, like a room after everyone stops talking at once. There were still sounds, but they felt isolated, unconnected. Water somewhere. An insect wing brushing against something. The faint creak of wood under slow pressure. None of it came from the direction I was facing. None of it came from behind me either. It was all around without a clear source. I told myself I needed to backtrack. The rational part of my mind latched onto that idea with relief. Turn around. Get back to the wider section. Reorient. Even if the trail was overgrown, even if I'd taken a wrong turn, I could push through brush going the other way. That was how this worked. That was how it always worked. I tried to step backward. My heel hit something solid almost immediately, not the ground but resistance, springy and unyielding at the same time. I shifted my foot and tried again, angling it, and felt the same thing. The space behind me had changed without me noticing. The funnel I'd sensed before was narrower now. Its sides closer together. Its floor uneven in a way that made stepping back awkward. I leaned forward instinctively, away from the pressure, and felt the branches in front of me flex, then settle closer, closing the tiny gap my movement had created. The realization landed slowly, like a bruise forming. Every time I tried to move away from where I was, the space adjusted to keep me centered. I breathed in through my nose, out through my mouth, counting again. My shoulders ached from holding tension. Sweat prickled along my spine despite the cool air. The headlamp beam shook slightly, and I forced my hands to steady it, bracing my elbows as best I could against my sides. I became acutely aware of my pack, the way it pressed against my back, the way the straps bit into my shoulders. Every movement made it shift and snag, creating friction where there was already too much. The idea returned, stronger this time. Take it off, just for a moment. Set it down. You can get it later. Later felt theoretical. I pressed the buckle again, and this time let it click open. The sound was loud in the narrow space, sharp and final. Nothing happened immediately. The branches didn't surge forward. The ground didn't shift. I waited. Half expecting some reaction, my body tensed for it. When I shrugged one shoulder free of the strap, the change was subtle but undeniable. The pressure along my chest eased by a fraction, like a hand loosening its grip. The relief was physical, immediate. I felt it in my lungs, in the way my breath came a little easier. That was enough. I slipped the other strap off and eased the pack down as carefully as I could, guiding it with my hands so it wouldn't snag. It settled against my legs, wedged in place by the narrowness of the path. As soon as the weight left my shoulders, the branches shifted again, sliding inward to occupy the space I'd freed. They brushed my arms more firmly now, leaves whispering against fabric and skin. I stood there without the pack, heart racing, trying to assess whether I'd made a mistake. The path ahead was still narrow, but I could move my shoulders a little more freely. The space behind me, though, felt tighter, the pack now an obstacle I couldn't easily step over or around. I told myself I'd only set it down temporarily. I'd go a few steps forward, find a wider spot, then come back for it. The plan fully formed in my mind, neat and reasonable. I didn't examine it too closely. I stepped forward again. Without the pack, the movement was smoother. The branches slid along my sides, but there was less resistance, less friction. I took another step, then another. Each one accompanied by that same easing sensation, as if I were doing the right thing, as if the space approved. After several steps, I stopped and looked back. The pack was still there, but it looked farther away than it should have been. The beam of my headlamp barely reached it, and the branches between us seemed thicker, more interwoven. I could still see the shape of it, dark against darker shadows, but the path connecting us no longer looked passable in the same way. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. I considered calling out, not for help, but just to hear something familiar. My throat tightened at the thought. Sound felt like something I needed to conserve. Instead, I shifted my weight and continued forward, telling myself I'd made progress. That progress was good. The path narrowed more. This time there was no mistaking it. My arms were pinned closer to my sides. The branches pressed against my collarbones, my ribs, my hips. The ground rose slightly, forcing me to lean forward again, my face close enough to the leaves that I could smell their green bitterness. I angled my body and squeezed through, muscles trembling with the effort. The pressure was constant now, not painful but unrelenting, like being held in place by too many hands. I felt the urge to exhale fully, to empty my lungs and stay that way, smaller, flatter. The thought scared me, but it didn't go away. I paused, chest heaving, and listened again. The sound of water was closer now, clearer. I could hear individual drops, the way they struck stone and echoed briefly. The smell of damp earth was stronger, mixed with something mineral and cold. It suggested an opening, a change in terrain. It suggested space. I leaned forward, drawn by it, and felt the branches part just enough to allow the movement. As I did, something brushed the back of my calves where the path narrowed behind me. A light touch that might have been leaves shifting, or might have been the space itself closing a little more. I didn't look back. I focused on the sound of water and the faint promise it carried. Unaware of how much ground I was surrendering with every step, or how easily the idea of going back had slipped from urgent necessity to distant, abstract concern, like something I'd planned to do another night, when there was more room to think. The sound of water led me downhill, the slope shallow enough that I didn't notice the descent, until my calves started to ache from controlling it. The branches followed, maintaining their careful pressure, adjusting as the ground changed beneath my feet. The smell shifted with the elevation, less rot and more stone. A cold, clean edge that made my mouth water, despite the fear coiled tight in my chest. I told myself water meant space. It meant erosion gaps. A break in the vegetation. Streams cut paths where people could follow. That logic steadied me enough to keep moving, to ignore the way the path continued to compress, the way my shoulders brushed leaves, even when I tried to keep them angled. The headlamp beam caught movement ahead, a dull sheen reflecting back at me. Wet rock. I took another step and felt the ground level out, then dip again more sharply. The branches thinned slightly here, not opening so much as rearranging, allowing my arms a fraction more freedom. The relief was immediate and dangerous. I leaned into it, letting my weight carry me forward. The stream was narrow, no more than a few feet across, cutting a shallow channel through stone and packed earth. Water slid over it quietly, the sound I'd been following now right in front of me. The path ended at its edge. Not widened, not opened, just stopped, the vegetation forming a dense wall on the opposite bank. I stood there, breathing hard, water inches from my boots, branches pressing in from behind and above. The stream smelled metallic and cold. I knelt awkwardly, constrained by the space, and dipped my fingers into it. The shock of the temperature made me hiss and pull back. The sensation grounded me in my body in a way nothing else had so far. For a moment, the pressure eased. Not because the branches moved, but because my attention shifted. I focused on the water, on the way it caught the light and fractured it, on the sound of it moving past me, without any regard for the narrowing path. Water didn't care where it went. It followed the shape it was given. I straightened slowly and looked for a place to cross. There wasn't one. The opposite bank rose sharply, slick with moss and framed by more branches, just as dense as the ones hemming me in. If anything, they looked closer together, their leaves overlapping like scales. Going back felt impossible. The pack was gone from my thoughts entirely now, not lost so much as irrelevant. What mattered was the space I occupied, and how little of it remained. I shifted my feet and felt the path tighten again, a subtle increase in pressure that made my breath catch. The branches pressed against my shoulders and chest, firm now, insistent. I tried to step sideways and found no room. Forward put me into the stream. Back was worse. The idea came again, quiet and persuasive. Lower yourself. Make less of yourself. I crouched, then knelt, the movement awkward but allowed. The branches adjusted, sliding down to rest against my upper arms, back instead of my chest. The pressure redistributed, less constricting in a way that made my body relax, despite the alarm bells ringing in my head. My breathing slowed without conscious effort. I told myself I was just resting, just thinking. The stream was louder down here, closer to my ears. I could hear the individual sounds of it moving over. Stone, the tiny variations that told a story about depth and shape. The air felt cooler against my face. Leaves brushed my hair, then settled. I realized then that I could lie down. The thought arrived fully formed, complete with the promise of relief. If I lay flat, the pressure would even out. My chest wouldn't have to work so hard against it. I could stretch my legs, ease the tension in my calves. I could close my eyes for a moment. I pressed my palms into the ground to steady myself and felt how firm it was, how shaped, like something that had been compressed many times before. The branches above me creaked softly as they shifted again, responding to the change in my posture. "No," I said, the word barely audible over the water. The sound startled me. It felt foreign, like something spoken by someone else. The branches didn't react. The forest didn't react. The only response was the echo of my own voice in my head, thin and unconvincing. I tried to stand and found that the space no longer accommodated the movement easily. My shoulders caught. My head brushed leaves. The pressure increased as I pushed, the branches firming in response, guiding me back down without any sudden force. I ended up crouched again, heart hammering. Panic flared, sharp and bright. I shoved harder, ignoring the way my muscles protested, and felt a brief, alarming sense of resistance giving way, not from the branches but from me. Something in my chest loosened, a reflex preparing for a deeper breath that never quite came. I stopped, shaking. The water was so close now. I could reach out and touch it again without leaning. The sound filled the narrow space, comforting in its constancy. I focused on it, using it as an anchor, the way I'd been taught to focus on breathing in moments of stress. In and out. Count it. The branches rested against me, patient. They weren't squeezing harder. They didn't need to. I don't know how long I stayed there. Time didn't move the way it should have. The darkness beyond my headlamp felt thicker, closer, as if the night itself had leaned in. My thoughts slowed, each one taking more effort than the last. The urgency that had driven me earlier dulled into something heavy and calm. When I shifted, it was only to ease a cramp, a small adjustment that the space accepted readily. The idea of standing no longer felt pressing. The idea of lying down felt inevitable. I lowered myself carefully, first onto one hip, then onto my side, the ground cool and solid beneath me. The branches adjusted immediately, sliding to rest against my back and chest. Not pinning me, just holding me in place. My breath came shallow and slow, my chest moving just enough. The stream was at eye level now. I watched it pass, watched leaves drift by, watched the light fracture and reform. The sound filled my head, pushing other thoughts aside. I thought, distantly, about the map at the ranger station, about the neat lines that had promised a simple loop. I thought about the pack, about the things in it that I no longer needed. The weight of those thoughts was minimal, like recalling details from a dream after waking. The branches were warm now, or maybe I was. It was hard to tell. The pressure felt even balanced. My body settled into it, with a sigh I didn't realize I'd been holding back. Somewhere above me, leaves brushed together, a soft, continuous sound. The path had closed completely, but it didn't feel like closure. It felt like completion, like fitting into a space that had always been waiting. The last thing I remember clearly is thinking that if someone came down this way tomorrow, they wouldn't see a trail narrowing or branches closing. They'd see a stream, some dense undergrowth, nothing unusual at all. They wouldn't know where to look or what shape to expect. By then, there wouldn't be much of a shape left anyway.